Okay, we're gonna go ahead and call the Amador County SELPA board meeting to order. All of our board members are present. Oh, Peter is not here. Did he forget? Okay, that's fine. It's hard for him to get here at 5, so we'll go ahead and get started. Are there any additions, deletions, or corrections to the agenda?
There are none.
Okay. We're gonna go ahead and go on to item 6, public comment on non-agenda items. Do we have any? I don't think so. Okay. Moving on to item 7, the consent agenda. Do we have any questions or comments on consent?
Move that we approve item 7, consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm a yes. Jared?
Yes.
And Patty? Yes. Okay. Item 8, communications. We do not have any, and we also do not have any action items. So we're going to go ahead and move on to our discussion items. We have item 1, the Community Advisory Committee. Dr. Hedegaard.
Yes, good evening, board, governing board of the SELPA. This evening, I just am providing an information item regarding our Community Advisory Committee and its membership, as well as a reminder to the community that we have a web page in order to advertise when we are hosting meetings and supplemental documentation. You will see that the chair position of our CAC is vacant. And so we are actively recruiting parents to participate, and especially anyone that would like to take a leadership role in the CAC. There is a membership Google form that can be completed online, and then a member of the special education department team will be following up in order to ensure that there's information provided. But this is just for information because CAC is a critical partner to us as we move forward through the year.
Okay. Any questions or comments about the CAC? No. Okay. We're going to move on to item 2, the ACOE and USD special education staffing update.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is a regular staffing update that we like to provide on behalf of the Amador County Office of Education and also our Amador Unified School District. We have all of the positions listed with the number of vacancies. As you can see below, and the purple text indicates classified positions. And so many of these positions, there was a very detailed staffing report that was provided at our last meeting, both the county and the Unified School District by Dr. Palazuelos. These numbers have been updated to reflect as of the end of last week where we were at. Of course, we're always actively recruiting in these areas. Now the vacancies for full-time equivalency, I'm highlighting these because they are considered vacancies in our system. However, we are working with a number of contracting agencies as well as also human resources to utilize our subpools to be able to provide relief, whether in long-term or short-term placements of partners. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, but this is an update of our vacancies for both entities.
Okay, questions or comments?
Yeah, just like last meeting I mentioned, I would appreciate if we could do like 4 of 8, so we know how many positions there are and how many are empty.
Oh, okay.
You
So
feel what I'm saying? Like, of the 0 full-time employee, maybe that could say we have 4 of 4. So
I see.
it's the
Okay.
total number of them versus how many we don't have.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Shane?
I guess only kind of a question is we're just constantly actively recruiting. We always looking, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, these positions are posted on our EdJoin accounts, as well as, we're constantly reaching out to our subpools in order to be able to inquire if anyone that has provided us with sub support, that if they would be willing to consider a full-time position, et cetera. Yeah.
And I'm guessing that a lot of these positions are probably very competitive with other, we're probably not unique. Other districts probably have the same need.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. And it's not also uncommon that, especially in some of our classified positions, that then there can be high rates of turnover. So one FTE that is a vacancy this month doesn't necessarily doesn't necessarily lead to be the same FTE next month, right? So
Okay.
just keeping that in mind as well, but yes.
That's actually clarifying. Thank you.
Thank you.
James, any questions or comments?
I have a question about EdJoin. If a position is posted on EdJoin, what what else is done? Does EdJoin do something spectacular that has its own like promotional things within that program to push that position, or is it kind of like it sits there until somebody sees it, if somebody's searching for it, certain keywords, et cetera? Do we do anything out of our way to push that advertisement?
I think, so a couple thoughts, because I probably should, defer to
Yeah.
Dr. Palazuelos in regards to the additional steps that Human Resources takes. And so we can definitely circle back with you in regards to that. I will offer, though, that EdJoin, just as a advertising platform, is well understood within the education community to be the go-to place that you go to in order to look for that. And they have search engines that are set up in a way that you can search by position,
Yeah.
but then also search by specific entity. So I would say that, in that way, it is a very known commodity across the state, that's the place that you would go to in order to be able to see the advertised vacancies. As far as the steps of what's done after that, I will need to consult and then get back with you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I do not have any questions on this. It's just, obviously these positions are super difficult. They seem to be very difficult to fill, but they are super important. So I'm glad that we're consistently advertising them.
Yes.
Okay, if there's no further question or comments, then we would just move on to our next meeting. It's going to be here December 9th, 2026 at 5 o'clock. And with that, we are going to be adjourned.
Thank you.
Pizza. I'll owe you a gluten-free pizza, but I can't take it from her when I'm trying to make dinner. He's walking around my backyard with the whole entire frozen gluten-free pizza. And he'll probably eat that actually, because he likes everything frozen. But I'm like, oh man. Like, those are like $14. I don't know what his favorite. He likes everything. He eats even the original frozen chicken. All of our board members are present. Are there any deletions or corrections to the agenda?
There are not.
Okay, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Justice for all. Okay, we don't have any presentations or recognitions tonight, and it doesn't look like either of our employee organizations are present. So we'll go ahead and move on. Are there any public comments on non-agenda items? Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and move on to item 9, our consent agenda. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Okay. If not, then we would just need a motion.
I move that we approve item 9 consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
And I'm also a yes. We do not have any communications, so we'll move on to our action items. We do have one. We have ACSIG renewals with Mr. Norton.
Thank you, Board. This renewal agreement is for our dental and vision plans with Alameda County Schools Insurance Group, otherwise known as ACUSD. Overall, there were very minimal adjustments and that add no additional expenditures to the county office and actually provide the same premium rates to our staff to keep the same plan designs as we had as the prior year for this upcoming year. So considering we've had increases in the past of different margins, this is actually a pretty good considerable win when it comes to renewals. And at this time, we recommend that the board approved our dental and vision renewal and available for any questions you have.
Okay, Peter, questions or comments?
I appreciate the clarity of how this has the fiscal impact or what degree of fiscal impact that it is. And it does seem a little unusual given the climate of everything else and all the rates going up. Does this have any connection whatsoever to how many claims there are? I mean, it's just the nature of it. We don't have as many vision claims or that's not relevant.
No, it is. And it is because we just don't have anything. We're staying relatively consistent and within what they were expectations for. The cost forecasting that was done by ACUSD was correct. And so that's what it came out to be. And so they're anticipating going forward that it doesn't need a change.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Ken?
So essentially, they've both remained unchanged, and you're asking us to vote on both of them at the same time? Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, because it's with the same group. And so that's, we can obviously parse them, but yes, that's the request.
All right, thank you.
Shane? James?
I don't have any questions.
I don't have any questions either. I think that this is definitely a win with no increases, as that seems to be the norm these days. So with that, we would just need a motion.
I move to approve item 11.1, the ACSIG renewals.
Second.
Okay, the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
And I'm also a yes. Okay, we do not have any discussion items, so we're just moving into our board policy updates.
Okay, so our first set is our second reading and adoption, so 13.1A, and then there are 5 parts to that. These were approved at the district board meeting 2 weeks ago, and so any follow-up questions, now would be the time. Mrs. Horn is happily responsible for these board policies, so if you have any questions, let her know.
Okay, questions or comments on board policies? Okay, if not, we would just need a motion. Okay, I move to approve item 13.1, the adoption of the board policies, 5,000 series.
Second.
In the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken? Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
And I'm also a yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and then this is the first reading of the second.
Yeah, so this is travel expenses. We had a first reading of this 2 weeks ago on the district side. And so Mr. Norton is responsible for this one. So if any questions, he is here to help you with that.
Okay. This is just discussion, so any further questions? If not, we'll go ahead and move on.
I
Oh, Peter,
just
go
wanted
ahead,
to
sorry.
comment, just a comment, not a question, just a comment. I do think it's wise and good, considering how fast other things change, costs change and whatnot, that if I'm not misreading this, you've created greater flexibility for how things are approved or decided when it comes to these travel expenses. And I think that's a good stewardship of money without hampering the process and, you know, all these little details and whatnot.
Okay, great.
I also like, as I stated before, the non-reimbursement for the alcohol and things like that.
Yep, agreed. Okay. We'll go ahead and move on to our item 14, information only. We have our current personnel recommendation, Dr. Palazuelos.
Good evening, trustees. Another report, just our standard personnel recommendations, sharing with you and the trustees on the County Office of Education side.
Okay, questions or comments?
No questions.
Okay, Ken? Shane?
No questions?
James?
No questions.
I don't have any questions either. I just see that we do have, one of our medically fragile paraprofessionals was hired, so that's always a positive. Okay, we're gonna move on to board reports. Mr. Critchfield?
Not a big report tonight, just thankful for our county office staff and the programs they run. It's always a challenge coming back to the beginning of the school year as classes change and kids coming back from summer adjusting. And I know we have some areas that are short-staffed, so the staff that is here and showing up and employed, I appreciate them and all they're doing to keep these programs running.
Great. Peter?
I'm similarly just grateful for, it seems that this year started out fairly smoothly. And I appreciate the consistent communication from Mr. Critchfield. And certainly many of the members of the cabinet, just like us, are wearing multiple hats, both for the county and the SELPA meeting I failed to attend and all these other things. So grateful for everything we do for the different target audiences that sometimes require unique needs.
Okay, we'll forgive you, Peter. Ken? Go ahead.
No comments.
Shane?
Only comment is just hope we continue to have a positive year and hopefully that our week that we've had this week starts to settle down.
Agreed. James?
No comments.
No, I'll just echo what Jared said. I do see county programs on a daily basis, and so I just want to give a big shout out to those employees. It is a lot coming back from summer adjustments, new people, new schools, the whole bit. So just the ones that are here and show up and take their job very seriously and do a great job, I just want to commend them for doing that. With that, our next meeting will be September 16th here, and open session this keeps going. So we will be here on September 16th. With that, we are adjourned. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and call to order the Amador County Unified School District meeting. All of our board members are here. Are there any public comment on closed session? No? Okay. We're gonna go ahead and move into closed session, and we will be back at 7 o'clock for open session. Ahead and reconvene to open session. We do not have a report out on our closed session. Are there any deletions or corrections to the agenda?
There are not.
Okay, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, we're going to move on to item 9, our presentations and recognitions. Tonight, we do have a nutrition services update and future outlook with Mr. Pingree.
Okay, good evening, board members, cabinet members, Mr. Critchfield. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. So before I start the presentation, there's gonna be a lot in here about the school farm, what's happening in the cafeterias, future plans, talk about the class that's now on the farm. But before I do that, I actually invited 3 of the students that were here from the inception of the farm. And I'd like to welcome them up to have their voices heard, you know, the ones that matter. So Kai, Taylor, and Dylan.
Thank you, Cabinet and board members, for having us tonight and providing us the opportunity to showcase our school farm. I'm Dylan Avila. I'm a senior from Argonaut High School.
I'm Taylor Kuhnhoff. I'm a senior from Argonaut High School.
And I'm Kai Kegel, and I'm a senior at Amador High School.
We want to take a moment to express what the farm work experience class means to us and our fellow classmates. Some of us have been fortunate enough to see the school farm and how much it's grown since last fall. One of the most valuable parts about the school farm is the work experience and what we can take with us from the farm beyond high school.
Our school farm is more than just a place where we grow vegetables. It's a place where we get to learn by doing. In the new work experience class this year, our class has the opportunity to work with our hands, learn how to plant and care for our crops, solve problems, and what it takes to produce food from start to finish. It teaches us responsibility and and what it takes to have pride in what we produce.
We are also proud that the work that we are doing out there goes right back into our schools. Knowing the vegetables that we're growing out at the farm just goes right back into our cafeterias, makes our work so worth it. And we've also heard a lot of classmates talking about the amazing lunch changes in the cafeteria, especially in our salad bars.
We hope as the school farm continues to grow that it will be a place where students can learn, work, and serve our school, and also take pride in what they will accomplish.
Thank you for supporting us and giving us this opportunity.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure working with these guys on the farm. They're hard workers. They put a lot of work in. Claire's done a lot of that work too, so we appreciate that.
I'm glad we have the class now, Mr. Pingree, because some of them last year were ditching school to be at the farm. Not like, I mean,
take
not the
'em.
most rebellious place to ditch
Right.
school, but it was kind of funny sometimes. I'm like, aren't you supposed to be in class? And they're out at the farm, so.
Yeah. I know, well, they love being out there, so maybe not all the hard work they're doing, but that's part of it. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and go into updates, and we're going to look at stuff we did in the past, futures, and where we're at now. So just some information from last year. We served 233,116 breakfasts, 399,357 lunches, 41,440 snacks, and the number that's not up there, which we just got, is another 40,000 summer meals tacked onto those numbers. So all of our nutrition staff over the summer went through the Serve Safe certification process. So they're all up to date on codes and just basically how to run a kitchen. Again, the Farm to School program was expanded to include the FFA classes from both high schools on location. And again, the state fair tasting, I know Claire touched on this last board meeting. Dylan was also involved with that, and it went very good. A bunch of ingredients from the farm. They did amazing. It was really cool to be up there, and we got invited back again next year from Good Day Sacramento, so we'll be there again next year. So some of the upgrades, again, more in line with the smarter lunchroom movement, we've given more accessibility to fruits and vegetables with extra stands, chopped up vegetables, fruits, vegetables from the farm, sauteed up with served with meals. Also in some of our salads, in some of the recipes on pizza. They're a little bit everywhere. Increase the options for flavor stations to include like red chili flakes, Parmesan grated, the mustard, mayonnaise, ketchup, tahini. There's 4 types of dressings, basically to encourage those students to use those to eat more fruits and vegetables. We did get additional signage in all the sites. We are working on getting murals painted by the art department at Amador. They've drawn up some things. We're trying to figure out where those are going to go and how they're going to be put up. Again, additional posters on the wall to encourage the fruits and vegetables. The digital menu boards have been installed. They are going live soon. We had a little issue with the person who was installing these over the summer. They kind of just quit on us. So we did get a new company to come in. So those digital menu boards will be up for all the students to be able to see as they're in line. And the kitchen equipment upgrades have been installed. So all the ovens, I remember we talked before they were coming in. Those are just some pictures of the new ovens that Pioneer, Argonaut, Jackson Elementary. We got new ones at Plymouth. All the sites have new ovens now, as well as some new, here goes some Pioneer and oven. Jackson Elementary got 2 ovens. Argonaut got 2 ovens, a 4-burner stove, 3 new under-counter worktops. Plymouth Elementary got an oven. Sutter Creek Primary got their oven. Jackson Junior High School oven, French hot plate, and 2 under-counter refrigerators. Ione Junior got 2 French plates. They had already got their ovens a little before that. New floors. I think there was last board meeting, or maybe 2 ago, you guys approved the flooring project for all the sites. Those have been measured, detailed, so we're going to start those in October. And we'll be doing, depending on how the demolition goes and how long those are going to take, it'll probably be 1 small school in October, 1 small school in March, 2 schools in the Christmas break, and the rest of those schools will be completed in the summer. So by the end of summer, every kitchen we have in Amador County will have new floors. The walk-in refrigerator and freezer at Amador High School was installed, and that got hooked up actually the day before school. So that's up and going, thank God. They needed double the space, now they have it. So all that stuff's been done. We did get new equipment for after-school snack program. We got refrigerators in all those classrooms for them to store those after-school snacks there. Again, the ovens, the stovetops, refrigerators, prep tables, and workstations. So every site has pretty much everything they need. The only way we can get more is if we had a bigger kitchen built. Jared? Okay, so we're looking at the expanding, so we're gonna invite the Chef Ann Foundation and Eat Real California coming in. So Chef Ann Foundation is a company who, basically what they do is they come in, they train staff. It's an online course, it's a pre-apprenticeship program, and then an apprenticeship program for all the staff in the district. Even, we were talking to Mike at the his culinary class, some of his students are able to jump on the same program we are. So some of his students will be also trained in the Chef Ann Foundation. They also come in and do training on site. And basically what this program does is it'll give the staff the experience and a little more just comfort level on creating cooked scratch meals in the kitchen, give them those tools and techniques they need. My multi-site lead as well, myself, we applied for the fellowship program, which is a 13-month intensive training. And basically over the course of that 13 months, we'll go to 4 different school sites that are already established through the Chef Ann Foundation and have been certified in the fellowship program. So we'll be able to see what they're doing, bring back tips and techniques. And at the end of this, we can become a host site as well. So we can actually host other schools that are going through the same training program to come into our school and learn how to bring those scratch cooked items in, as well as hopefully getting people more on board about the farm to school and trying to get their own farm going. The Eat Real California is basically, I'm giving myself a 2-year state review. Voluntary, they're gonna come in and they look at every single thing we do as far as product formulation statements. They'll look and see, is there an ingredient in this recipe or in that ingredient that is ultra processed? And they'll say, okay, well, here's a processed product. Here's something you can replace that with to get away from the process. It also goes into, it's detailed as everything compostable, no more plastic, no more, just, it's the Eat Real, right? It's a certification program. So at the end of this course, we'll get certified, and that's a state, or I'm sorry, a countrywide thing. So we'll get recognized as either a bronze, a gold, or a platinum level of, depending on how far we go with the compostables and the scratch cooked and all that kind of stuff. So that's just something we're looking forward to help us increase what we're doing already. They also bring people in to help staff on site. So again, lots of training coming up. Let's see where we're at. Okay, so the updates, so growing beyond the farm. So you can see the picture on the top left-hand side there. It's kind of a rendering what we came up with. See on the right-hand side of that is our wash station, refrigerator in the back. We'll have everything able there to bring those vegetables right from the farm, about 100 yards down, washed, rinsed, dried, put in the walk-in, and then those get sent out to all the sites based on our rotation of fruits and vegetables. The left-hand side, work with Nikki with the CTE program. That will be an educational center. So you see kind of, and Nikki's got a much better rendering of how it's going to be, but there'll be like a living classroom there. We'll be able to put in between, in that divider there, we'll have, you've probably seen the kitchens that have the mirrors up above. So kids can be out there, we can be there prepping and showing them, talking about produce and chopping stuff up and doing taste tests. The rendering down below to the left-hand side was the initial farm we started, and that was in November, 3/4 of an acre. And I believe in May, we broke in the top. You can see the very top right-hand side. That's the other acre, if you guys haven't been out there. So we're almost 2 acres of farm now. And then if you don't look down the right picture, at the very bottom right-hand, see that square on the bottom there. Grants come up for the CDFA funds as well as farm-to-school funds, and I'll be applying for those. We have the opportunity to take a fence. If you see that little tree kind of up in the middle of the picture there, we fenced out that all with deer fence all the way down the China graveyard all the way up, and we're looking at doing a 2 or 3 acre orchard that will produce in roughly 5 years to bring the fruits, apples, pears, that kind of stuff back into the cafeteria. And then another down below is a roughly 3 acres. So we'll make that, our goal is to make that another 3 acre farm, so we can rotate produce to make our 5 components for a salad bar, where we can get everything ourselves without having to go through a produce company. So those are our long-term goals on the school farm. Yeah, so the orchard. Okay, so as of 8/20, and that's actually gone up now, we have yielded 9,946 pounds of produce out of the farm, and that's in 6 months. That's a market value of $32,000. The seeds and the starter cost to get there was $662. Now that $662 doesn't account for what we're still pulling from that 622. By the end of this rotation, we will end up with almost $70,000 worth of produce for less than $700. We are doing the Farms of Amador tour. We got put on that schedule for the 13th of September. So we'll have 3 tours that day. We're gonna have a bunch of the FFA students out there, and they will actually be conducting the tours of the farm to the people who come in at 10, noon, and 2. So they get the opportunity to showcase what they're doing as far as the composting, how we harvest, how we've planted, the propagation house, the future plans. So they'll be able to go through that whole process there. We are anticipated about 23,000 pounds of produce every year with what we have now, without the extension of the farm. So it's a huge amount of produce, and it's amazing. I made 39 pounds of pesto today with basil we pulled from the farm, which will go back into pizzas, pastas, spreads for sandwiches. So we're looking for a lot of good things coming up. Again, class at the farm, they had their first class, I think it was last week, I believe. 8/20, there you go. But there's some pictures of them out in the class learning. Actually, they harvested that day, they weeded that day. Again, the farmer's market we did over the course of the summer. Those are pictures of, again, Taylor and Dylan up there. Did very well, and actually, I think James might have mentioned some of that produce was in a restaurant, and just last week, we sold produce to Teresa's restaurant, so our produce is in there also, which is really cool. Proud of that. So some things also, we did reclassify all of our staff. They are all nutrition services now with increased responsibility, which they are feeling this year, and they did get pay increases for that. new positions, you know, they're going to align with our initiative. So we are looking at still doing a food truck. Now, what's holding that up is basically space to do it, to do the prep for it, which will lead into a couple of slides here in a minute here. Menu change. We rolled out, the high schools and junior highs had about a 70% menu change this year. And that includes Al Pastor street tacos, chicken wings with onion rings. There's smoothies served with scones, fresh baked muffins, fresh baked coffee cake. So that's what we're making. We're baking that every day. It's on the menu. I've heard a lot of positive things about it. To show how much it's doing, last year we were averaging about 245 meals at Argonaut High School. We're 7-8 days in now. We're averaging 345. So it's been huge. The lines have been unbelievable. You might have seen a nutrition newsletter we put out, and that's basically to keep everybody kind of informed of kind of what we're doing. We'll do a harvest of the month in there. We'll put a recipe in there of whatever it is. I think next September is going to be sweet potatoes, so those are going to be on the menu to kind of reflect that newsletter. We'll be showcasing individual sites over the course of this year. So you look for September, you'll find Argonaut High School is going to be the focus of that, the first newsletter. But it keeps up to date with what's happening on the farm, how much we produce, anything going on with the Chef Van Foundation, any kind of new menu items, just to kind of keep everybody kind of abreast of what's going on. And here's some of the pictures here. So increased capacity. We added additional breakfast items to elementaries, allow more choices for the students. Again, scratch cooking with fresh farm produce. So you got the chicken teriyaki with there with sugar snap peas from the farm. We got the salads on the far right, the cucumbers, tomatoes, lettuce from the farm. In the middle there is our smoothie with our scone. Down below is a new breakfast potato, rosemary breakfast potatoes we serve. They'll be cooking those in the morning. Al Pastor tacos on the right with cilantro and onion mixture with lime and sour cream with cojita cheese. The chef salads, again, cherry tomatoes, cucumbers, and bell peppers. Bacon, egg, and cheese croissants with rosemary, garlic, mashed potato, or breakfast potatoes. So back to the kitchen flooring. When all the kitchens are done, that's basically how they'll look. This is Ione Elementary, which was done last year. So all the schools will have new floors that look just like that. The same color, same everything. And again, future projects. The food truck or trailer, we're still kind of going back and forth on that. We'll utilize that at every school. We'll just rotate through the district. We can also utilize it for big events, farm events. It's really anything we want to do with it it's going to be a huge benefit. Again, we're looking at doing a trailer to haul like barbecue equipment. So we're going to get 2 6-foot commercial flat tops and 2 6-foot commercial charbroilers, so we can actually do pancakes one day for the kids on, go through different sites, pancakes or French toast or scrambled eggs or whatever the menu might be, hamburgers, chicken, whatever we want to do, we can do that and offer it outside like a picnic kind of style versus in the cafeteria. The next board meeting, we'll be bringing, again, multi-site lead vehicle and director vehicle to the board. That'll be the next month. That just helps enhance the program. Also with the farm program. This leads back to the food truck. So if we consolidate, which I hope we do, because this will be a great opportunity for us, Jackson Junior Kitchen will be basically a central kitchen. That'll be our prep kitchen. We'll be able to produce our own pesto out of there, our fresh salsa, any of the mise en place that we do, like the chopped onions, bell peppers for fajitas, or whatever we do will be completed out of this kitchen, as well as the hub for the food truck to prepare the stuff there to put on the truck and to deliver. And also offer catering to the district. We'd like to do it now, we just don't have the space to do it. So this would be a great opportunity. If this does happen, this will be our next biggest thing we do. So we'll see how that goes. And again, so reduce future costs. So again, we're looking at the electrical conversions have been completed at Jackson Junior, Sutter Creek Primary. I know those were on there quite a while back, but those supported the new ovens at the junior high schools. I'm sorry, junior high school, Jackson Junior, and Sutter Creek Primary. And again, we're still looking at doing backup generators for the walk-in, the major walk-ins that we have, just in case something does go down. So that's again, a future cost we're looking at. And again, speed of service and increased participation. We're looking at doing cargo, the vans, getting all the vans wrapped. That's an idea of what it might look like. Again, just to support the program, to have a better visual of what we're doing. New point of sale systems. Every school has gotten a new point of sale system. The old ones just wouldn't keep up with the new update on Windows, so we got all new ones. Those have all been complete, been done. Kitchen redesign and countertops, that'd be the biggest one for that one would be Amador High School, and that'll be a summer program. We're gonna get rid of their ovens they have now, replace all the ovens. We're gonna replace most of that equipment in there when the new floor is gonna be, after it's put in, I should say. So we'll get the new floor at Amador, they'll get new ovens, they'll get either updated countertops, or we will change the existing ones to hold hot and cold wells. So that's gonna be the biggest redesign we have in the kitchens. And again, it's gonna streamline the efficient workspace. There's a lot. Okay, we're looking at doing all the cart trailers and stalls. So these would be at the high, well, right now, the 2 high schools and 2 junior highs. We would put up, we're looking at something, a permanent structure on campus, somewhere away from the cafeteria, to draw those kids that are just picking up all the cart items or want to, get out of the line. We'll have it on the other side of campus, and that'll help speed up the line. So we're looking at 2 stationary items that are going to be there the full time. Kind of holding off on this one to see what's going to happen with consolidation. I don't want to tear something down we don't need. Jackson Elementary is going to be another one. So we're looking at taking, if you've been in the kitchen there, there's an old refrigerator from probably before I was born. That needs to come out, but there is a wall, and we're looking at expanding that taking that wall out and making a full-size refrigerator and full-size walk-in for them as well. So that's going to be something possibly over the summertime. And again, the school-produced art murals, and those are, right now we're working with the Amador High School, and their first one's gonna be in the cafeteria, take up a big space of that wall if you're looking outside of the kitchen towards the wall. And then murals outside of the snack bar area, we're looking at expanding out to all the different sites. So, and there's a company that can come in and do some stuff like the back wall there, so we're looking at that option as well. And all that stuff does is it helps the kids have a, like some pride in their school, right? They get to see the food in there, they get to see the cafeteria, and they get to see something that's actually, up to date. Okay, that was a long one. If there's any questions, I am willing to take some.
Okay, questions or comments, Claire?
Sorry. I just want to say, I just love everything you do, Mike, or Mr. Pingree. Going to the state fair over the summer was just amazing, and the farm has really opened a big opportunity for everyone. I would have never thought I would be out on a farm at 8 a.m. ditching school to go do that, but it was super fun. I've learned so much, and I think it's just I love it. So I really appreciate you doing this and opening opportunities for everyone, especially me. It's been amazing.
Claire did tell me she wanted me to cater her wedding too. I'm gonna hold you to that.
I think it's just really incredible how much you guys have accomplished, so that's it.
Thank you.
Peter?
Okay, 2 questions that I'm trying to understand. This is ambitious, and a lot of it sounds really, really great. When you mentioned all the amazing things happening in the different kitchens, forgive my ignorance, but Independence High School, the food you just brought in, there's no food prep happening there, is that correct?
That's correct. So what happens with that situation, the day before, they'll call us up and say, hey, we need whatever they're gonna order, right? So they give us, we need 25 meals, we need 10 tacos, 2 sandwiches, 2 wraps, whatever it's gonna be. Those then get prepared in the kitchen, they get shipped over in the van over to that site, and they're served out of the window there.
Okay.
Yeah, they get the same options at the high school, except for the a la carte.
The existing, maybe this instructional kitchen, whatever, that's not part of any kind of upgrade plans, right? That site is not.
The only thing we could do in there is really a warmer, because there's nothing in there to prep. It's just really a warmer and a refrigerator. That's all that's in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love, and it's exciting, the farm to school, however we call that, and certainly getting away from processed food is absolutely ideal. Are there requirements, whether federal, state, or how do we handle labeling to make sure on all this fresh stuff? And obviously, maybe it's not that important on salads or whatever, but if some of these other things you're talking about,
right,
labeling to make sure that, say, some of our students with diabetic needs or anything else, that we're making sure that we're communicating how does that work?
So my understanding of the whole labeling system, if you buy it from a manufacturer that labels it, then the labels are required to have a certain information. I know they changed the whole labeling system. So anything we get from, like, say, Cisco has to have a certain label on it. We get it from a produce company. It's a single item. There's no label required.
Okay, understood. But when it comes to some of these things, for example, I don't see this slide, maybe on page 9 perhaps, these fancy things you're doing. I guess I'm just trying to understand, how do we help some of those students? I know we don't have a lot, probably, students with diabetes or whatever, but how do we make sure that they're understanding what they're about to eat?
So what we do is when we create the menu, actually, our multi-site lead created a spreadsheet for, I think you guys got the spreadsheet, right, Sadie? We sent the spreadsheet out to not dietitian, but each of the sites with that breakdown of the calories in there.
Okay.
Really, the biggest thing is what are the calories and the carbs. That's what they need to know, the carbohydrates. And those are all stated when we break down those recipes. So they get, every month we change that, we will change those products that they listed they get. So if a student's coming in and saying, I'm getting the tacos, we have it broken down to where it gives you the carb count, so they know what they need to do for as far as insulin.
Do we also publish that online for parents and things to have access to, or is it strictly distributed through the school system?
It's all distributed through the schools. Yeah, I get health aides, I think, do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Ken?
Yeah, it's refreshing to see all the kids excited about a class and how far you've come in such a short time. I know, looking at page 9, all those meals, I mean, that doesn't look like school food to me. So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
On slide 6, you mentioned kind of wanting to have a prep area and then a CTE area.
Yeah.
Is that an existing building, or is that a building you're gonna have to build?
So that's the Jackson Junior High School. If consolidation goes through, then that kind of.
Mike, I think he's talking about out at the farm.
Out of the farm.
You had
the farm?
that, you had that
I'm sorry, what
rendering.
the question behind that?
You had that
There's-
rendering of the wash space
Yes,
and then
yes.
the class space out at the farm.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if that's an existing building or if that's a building.
It is an existing building, so basically all we have to do is we got to set up a date. The Motherload Land Trust is, we're going to move all that stuff out into the back of the barn. They're okay with us doing everything in there. We're going to get someone in there to do a French drain, because when the water goes out, it's going to have to go out to the street. Power is actually getting ran to that building, I think, within a couple weeks. So we'll have power to run our refrigerator and any kind of then we need to plug in for the bubblers for the wash stations, and then we'll put a cement pad on my side. The other side will just basically road base, and then but they're totally open to it. Yeah, we've ran all those plans through the Mudlow Land Trust.
Well, you're doing a great job, and I look forward to more future updates on this.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, this is very impressive. I wish I could go back to high school so I could go to some of these classes. How does it, when maybe you've said this and I just missed it, how does it work when school is out in the summertime? Do you have volunteers? Is it students that are still getting some type of credit?
So what we did over the summertime, until we figure out on our side, the JPA, about student workers, Scott Oneto from Mother Land Trust, he also works, his normal job has funding. So what he did was that funding went into the Mother Land Trust. Actually, there's your 2-page students right there, Dylan and Taylor. They get paid through the Mother Land Trust over the summertime. And anybody else who comes out is a volunteer. But we had parents come out with their kids and help pull stuff and harvest. I mean, people were willing to come out there and help.
Can you
We did a
remind
lot.
them?
Me and my staff did a lot, and then a lot of that went back in the summer program, and of course into the farm stand we did.
Can you remind them about Connor and Jamie, what they do?
Yeah. So Connor is the farm lead. He's out there 8 hours a day, every day. He basically maintains the water system. He also harvests. He'll do the weeding. He does the planting. He'll kind of get us together and say, hey, I need help. So we'll come out there and we'll plant whatever we're planting, cucumbers, tomatoes. We have a lot out there. 4 types of cucumbers, 4 types of tomatoes, 3 types of bell peppers, 2 types of jalapenos. There's butternut squash, acorn squash. There's so much good stuff out there that's all going back in the menu. And then Jamie, the multi-site lead, I just gotta say, thank God I have her, because we are able to make these massive changes because I have someone to lean on and kind of push to her side. So she's been invaluable. And Marlene, my secretary, she's also stepped up. She'll go to the farm, she'll help. she'll go, if we need a sub, she'll go somewhere. They've just been amazing. Over the course of the summer, we worked very hard to get the Chef Bannon Foundation in and get the Serve Safe certification done, and they had a lot to do with that. They're also going to be spearheading some Harvest of the Month tastings at all the schools. So we're going to have a lucky tray day. So basically, the kids will come in, we'll mark whatever 10 or 12 trays. The kids that get those, we got little prizes for them, kind of get them involved with coming into the cafeteria. So we're going to push more of that fresh produce onto the students. Yeah, they've been invaluable. So it's been a huge blessing.
It's just amazing that this has come together, and it seems like maybe it's been in planning for a while, but it seems like I didn't hear about this when I first got on the board, and it's like this popped up, and it's really amazing that it's grown like this.
Yeah.
I think it would be amazing also if there was some type of, I don't know, if a website or something that not for the school that not only promotes this, but also all the different, I guess, branches that come off of this about teaching kids business,
Yeah.
working on in an ag setting. Just amazing. The last question is, when you have excess vegetables and whatever else you grow, has there been any consideration of donating that to like the local food pantries or maybe some of our nonprofit homeless organizations?
So we haven't talked about that. It gets in a sticky situation when we start donating things from state and federal funds. So what we're going to do, we actually, again, talking to Michael at the culinary class in Argonaut, he's going to start taking some of that produce and let his kids cook with it. So, and we talked over the summer. He actually went to the class with us for the Serve Safe, and he's all on board to get these students involved and also get them involved with student-developed recipes that will go district-wide. So some of that stuff, right now, we don't have anything. We use it. So but if we do, if we have a huge harvest, tomatoes can be a big one, but we're going to start making a bunch of our own salsa. But that stuff can go to him to help create recipes. So right now, we're good. Summertime, I don't think we didn't have much. We sold a lot of it and used a lot of it over the summer. So we were pretty lucky. I think it was just how it was harvested and how it grew and when it grew and all that.
And of course, I think it's great that if, you're making or generating some kind of funds to continue to help the program. So I think that's great. So good job.
Thank you.
James?
I appreciate the presentation very much. On slide 6, I believe it was with, I believe it was a mock-up of the washroom and at the farm, the little classroom.
Right.
You had mentioned that getting the bottom part of that one picture of the aerial view of the,
Yes.
You had talked about an area down there of fruit trees, et cetera. And then you had said that we wouldn't have to purchase from a
Produce company.
Do you happen to roughly know what the projected savings at something like that would be?
I don't know on the fruit trees yet. It really depends I know they got to be a certain space apart. We haven't walked that space. Kind of what we're waiting for is the next planning on that would be if we get the funding through CDFA. Because right now I can't touch any of that with any kind of fencing unless someone wants to donate it.
No, the savings as in if we didn't have to purchase the produce.
Well, right now I'm spending roughly $180,000 a year on produce.
Yeah. And we grew
And
our own.
some of that's offset now because of this.
For sure.
Once we can figure out how to rotate, because we're supposed to have a dark green this is sal bar items, a dark green,
Yeah.
which covers quite a few things, a red orange, an other, which could be cucumber, celery, cauliflower, a legume, and then a starch. So the starch and legume, that's pretty simple. We can plant jicama, right?
Right.
Or serve corn. But if we can rotate those other 3 through the farm yearly, we don't have to buy any more produce from them. That's the goal.
Yeah.
I would love to get rid of the produce company.
For sure.
But again, the only problem is we can't produce enough fruit. Right now, we got cantaloupes, and we
Right.
planted some thornless blackberries out there. We're going to do blueberries and strawberries and honeydew and that kind of stuff. But that's a summer crop. So
I think that's awesome. One of the other slides you had talked about Jackson Junior High prepping for independence.
Well,
Or no, Independence is a prep for,
Argonaut does a prep for
okay.
Independence, yeah.
So how many other schools do prep work? Just,
So a few of them, like Amador does all the work for Sutter Creek Elementary next door, right? So that's kind of a prep.
yeah,
But really, it's just Argonaut does the prep work for Independence and also the preschool. So they kind of got a multifaceted thing there.
okay.
Yeah, they're the only ones who transport.
Okay. In regards to back to the farm and stuff, I think it's amazing. I appreciate that schools heading back to good, fresh, healthy foods. I mean, it's
We can see the difference.
growing up, you know, the brain power, the health power, the body power that comes from it. I think it's great promotion. I appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for the update on all of this. I too was kind of shocked, honestly, when me and Shane were on the board at the same time, and this wasn't even, I had no idea that this was even like a thing. And so to have it already be this fruitful, only a couple years after we've started it, is pretty amazing. Yeah, pun on words. Is honestly pretty amazing. I did have a question, and I wanted to comment on the pictures of the food because I know I've kind of been a hater on the food in the past. These pictures, I mean, I know pictures can be deceiving, but those pictures look far different from what has been served in the past. So I do want to commend you on that. That looks actually like something I would want to eat. That's great. When I did have a question, if we end up having like excess, when you talk about having like a ton of tomatoes, is there a way in the future that we are able to like save it by either freezing them or getting a canning course, whatever, how that works, so we can save that and use those in the future?
We had talked about possibly pickling some stuff, like cucumbers, make our own pickles back to the cafeteria. If we had something like the prep kitchen, basically, all those tomatoes can go, we can make our own pizza sauce, our own spaghetti sauce, that can be frozen. There's a lot that we can use back into that. We're also, once everything's done with the wash station and all that stuff, if we are mass producing, we can also become a producer. I could sell to other schools. So that could be an option as well. Now, the goal is we produce what we need for us, because it's a lot of work. So,
Yeah, it's a lot of work, and we have to make sure we have people to be able to like tend the farm
Yes,
as well, which is
that's
a
right.
big deal. But I think this is all really great. Yeah, but thank you so much for coming and giving this presentation.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. And good job, students. Okay, we're gonna move on to our employee organizations. First, we have ACTA. Ms. Jensen is not here, but Mr. Wall is here to speak on their behalf.
Good evening, Board. I'm Greg Wall, a history teacher at Amador High School. Jeannie Jensen could not be here tonight because of being ill, so is at home recuperating. What made sense for me is to share just a little bit about the rollout of MINGA and the cell phone policy. Maybe the students can weigh in at the end of it. So MINGA is the student movement tracking app or program. And it seems like the student movement has become a lot more purposeful in conversation with administrations at both schools. Administration is happy. I think teachers are happy. There's data to support conclusions. The confusion would be obviously mine. I will admit that I was probably the most significant problem for my administration, since I did forget to log a student back in after giving them a pass. And they may have been gone for hours, but it's been fixed with the kiosk mode. So MINGA has, I think, been a very positive introduction. The cell phone policy, I think at both high schools, and speaking with the administration, I feel like they would agree it's been very smooth. Expectations have been accepted. Students have been coming into class, and there hasn't been any type of real concerns. At the end, in conversation with Mr. DeWalt, he's been noticing that students are even talking to each other at the conclusion of classes. So the two 2 rollouts have been very positive. We're looking forward to continuing our work with our supportive administration. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next we have CSEA with Mr. Baird. Is he here? Anybody from, oh, there he is. Okay, he's right here. Sorry. Don't know how I missed you.
Hello, good evening, Cabinet and Board and Mr. Critchfield. Yeah, we're excited for another year. New challenges ahead, obviously. Maintenance is feeling it. We're a little understaffed and we've got some people out. We're hoping to get all that rectified. Vehicles starting to get older, need some help there, equipment, stuff like that. I'm from maintenance, so I speak to that a lot more. I run into them on a daily basis, so. We're excited. To work together and come to some conclusions that help everybody, obviously move the school forward. I see Mike a lot. He's doing a great job with food. A lot of that stuff comes through the warehouse, which is what I work at the warehouse. And no, I just think managers like him are few and far between, so we need to celebrate guys like that and push for more people to push for their departments like that. Like, I really like seeing that, and I just want to congratulate Mike. So, thank you.
Kayla,
Yeah.
could we hear from our student board members regarding Minga and
Oh, yeah.
the cell phone policies?
Yeah, go ahead.
I really don't mind it. Like the cell phone policy, I've never been like a hater of not having my phone as long as I'm kept busy by the teachers. Like I like having work during class because it keeps me distracted and I'm not really bored. I do agree with the one problem was like teachers forgetting to sign people back in just because like they're in the middle of teaching, gotta get up and sign this, or gotta like move away from teaching, sign this person out. Then they come back and then the like campus supervisor comes in and is like, where's the student? And then they're just sitting right there. But I think the kiosk will help as long as like students are instructed on how to use it properly so they don't like make any confusion. I mean, I don't hate it. I think it's fine.
All right, I'll take it. Lauren?
Yeah, I think it's going pretty well. Students, not everybody loves it, but I think it's doing its job. And I personally like the cell phone policy. I think it keeps people focused, so.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. We're going to move on to item 11, public comments on non-agenda items. We do have 2 speaker cards. Our first speaker is Sylvia Sorensen.
Good evening, board, student board members, superintendent, cabinet, and the community, of course, as well. This will be brief and mainly for the public record and for transparency of all Amador County Unified School District families. I'd like to share a recent positive update I received from the district. After the last school board meeting, I was informed by the district staff that Amador County Unified School District is currently evaluating its digital platforms and approved applications, as well as auditing students' screen time. This evaluation is in response to concerns being raised about the extreme number of platforms and apps currently in use, including the continued approval of new AI tools, and the resulting questions of how much screen time our children in each grade, from kindergarten through 12th grade, are actually exposed to each day. I appreciate the district's willingness to look into these important issues and its stated commitments to success of our students, families, and staff. And that goes a long ways. But also to continue with being transparent, parents should be able to get answers to some follow-up questions like, is there a projected timeline for when this review and audit will be completed? And once the process is finished, will the findings be shared with the families? I simply wanted to pass this information along so families can stay informed as this process moves forward and encourage families to never stop asking questions. Thanks again.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next up we have Patricia and Gija.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Patricia Andija. I am a mom of 2 Ione Elementary School students. Just a couple of topics I wanted to bring up. First, I wanted to thank Mr. Critchfield for attending the Sutter Creek City Council meeting, this past one, where they made the ultimate decision to allow Embark to open a cannabis dispensary in Sutter Creek. I know it didn't go the way that the school board and the school district wanted, but I do appreciate him showing up, making public comment. That is important. Having your opinions heard is always important, and having that representation from our superintendent, I think, spoke volumes. So that was really great. Another thing is I appreciate transportation. Today, my students' bus broke down on the way home, and luckily transportation was on top of it, so they were able to pick them right up and get them only not even 10 minutes late to their bus stop, so that was pretty awesome. I am amazed by the farm and by food services, nutrition services. That presentation was amazing, so shout out to Mr. Pingree on that. And then lastly, I don't know if you've had the chance to see this, but right before the meeting, Ione Mayor Jody Maida did post on several pages on Facebook regarding them, the city of Ione, of which I am a resident, possibly pursuing their own school district. So I wanted to bring that to your attention. I don't want there to be animosity between the school district and the city of Ione. I voiced this, I think, last year for all cities to work together with the school district for what is best for our students. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, next up, we're going to move on to our consent agenda. Do we have any questions or comments on consent? Peter, any questions?
Oh, you wanted to ask the board members at all, the student board members?
Student board members, do you have any questions on consent? No? Okay.
Okay, so I do appreciate on item 3, Ms. Horn, the transparency on this is the money we're spending on different things like Ed Puzzle, McGraw-Hill, and then some more physical things like science camp, et cetera.
No, I'm sorry to interrupt. I was asking a procedural question regarding the consent agenda. I apologize. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. The only question I had, and this was a question before any discussion about any kind of potential digital tools audit. I just want to, and maybe it's a dumb question, I just want to be certain that if we are doing things like Ed Puzzle, for example, that may or not be standard curricular adoption, are we certain that enough teachers are using it to justify that this is a thing?
Yes.
That's all.
In my department, we have the ability to pull all of the usage reports for all of the platforms that we subscribe to, and we don't renew any subscriptions if we don't see a more robust use of it. If it looks like it's 2 or 3, sometimes we'll reach out to individual teachers and ask them, is this something that, talk to us about why you would still need this, and we'll see if we can negotiate smaller contracts. But we won't renew something that doesn't have a usage report to support its use.
Wonderful. So we already have a process built in to do that.
Correct.
That's awesome. Thank you.
I have one question regarding item 2C, the Jackson Pool Agreement. Do we not use Amador at all anymore for practice?
I don't want to say for certain. The biggest problem with water polo is Amador's pool is not heated. And so as we start getting into September and the nights cool down, it is a frigid water polo situation where Jackson's pool is heated. So
Yeah, no, I understand that. I'm just wondering if right now we're using our own pool, are we still paying the weekly rate? Or is that just for days we use at $81 a day?
I am looking to Mr. Cagle because he's in the back. Can you maybe help me with this?
I'm sorry, Mr. Cagle, can you get in the microphone? Sorry about that. We want everybody to hear you.
No, at this point in time, due to the startup of the season and the need to go, they've moved the water polo timeframes up. We are currently operating only out of Jackson Pool. Once they close down for the summer, Sutter Creek has kind of made it known to us that the pool's really not cared for like it typically is throughout the rest of the summer. So we move away from it very quickly in our use. Our water polo team, when it starts practice, starts in our pool to get some swim stuff done, but they move pretty quickly to participating in the Jackson pool.
Thank you. And also, it says we pay 100% of natural gas heating costs incurred at its request during pool usage. So somehow they break down their monthly bill and we get charged 2 hours a day.
Correct.
They do that math?
Yeah, they do a good breakdown for us.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Shane?
Well, the question I have is, on these field trips, look like they're very interesting. It'd be nice to get maybe a presentation or something to not only show the board, but also the public on, what the kids gain from these trips.
Great.
James?
I had 3 sticky notes on the consent agenda. One of them was the Jackson Pool Agreement. Being the district's representative on the former ACRA board, I've never even understood all these pool contracts, even with different information and the different seats that I held. I had the same questions Ken had. I think, for me, I can only speak for me, I would like a better understanding, and that might be super in detail for me to understand something regarding the pool contracts and how things work.
Sure. I mean, on a surface level, we own 2 pools, the one at Amador High and the one at Ione Junior High. Both of those pools, we've had longstanding agreements with the cities, so Sutter Creek and Ione, where they operate, manage, and run those pools for us. We've been out of the pool running business for a very long time as a district. So while they're on our properties, the cities have managed those for us.
But we've also participated in these pools in one way or another, just as a lessee, or like we're just renting the pool from somebody. That's what this contract is.
So that's the Jackson pool,
Right.
right? Because it's got the heating mechanism, right? And for our water polo and swim teams, because of the seasons that they run in, and like Mr. Cagle mentioned with Amador and Sutter Creek pretty much shutting down the pool once school begins, then Jackson continues to operate, open that pool for us and give our athletes for those 2 sports the opportunity to have a pool to use.
Okay. All right. I'm sure I'll have more questions as pool discussion goes on. I had another question regarding software as well, with Mr. Farrar. I just was curious what kind of safeguard was put in place so that we aren't spending unnecessary dollars on stuff we don't use, and it sounds like there is something that's in place that the district uses. The other one that I had was Sierra Child and Family MOU.
That's 3E, that one?
Yes, 3 Echo. It was confusing to me because I see fiscal implications, I see the description, and then when you click on the contract and you go into the contract section, I don't remember what it was off the top of my head. There's a section that states in the contract that we can't go over $1.2 million. And then there's a section that states rate per hour. There's sections that state reimbursement fees, et cetera. So there are fiscal implications, but that description really didn't say that unless you go in here. And of course, that's our job to read these contracts, but.
Right. So typically and this would be a great point for me to clarify when I'm writing those. When I'm looking at fiscal implications, I'm always considering what this will cost the district. So in the case of Sierra Child and Family and this MOU, it started in the 22-23 school year with the SB HIP legislation that coming out of COVID. The total amount for that grant was roughly 1.2 million. So the language that came over, this is the original language from the original MOU that we added the new legal language in, says that will never be charged more than what the grant was, because the way this works is the grant comes in, we take the money and we turn around and we give it to Sierra Child and Family for the services. So the money just kind of flows through, almost like sometimes the way it goes from the county side to the district side. In this case, the total amount, and I checked with Mr. Norton today, as of today, we've received about $1,032,464. It is due to sunset at the end of this year. We have roughly $200,000 left of services. So what that did was lay out, the money is coming through the SB, which was Student Behavioral Health Incentive Program, SB HIP. The money came from the state directly to us to be turned around and given to Sierra Child and Family because they were providing the services for student mental health and behavioral health. So in the future, I'll be happy to make a better description that says there's no general fund or, the money, a grant covers it so that it's clear. The money comes in, the money goes out.
Right.
We don't actually spend the money or receive it into anything else except to funnel it.
So does that program go away when the money runs out?
That's an excellent question. It does not. And one of the things this board has done is help us by approving our CYBHI. You've heard a lot of acronyms. This is a big one. That is a new funding source coming in where we are billing for Medi-Cal services. So the intent of that was to come behind SB HIP and provide the continuation of services. The state had built that model, and CYBHI will help backfill.
Okay, I appreciate it, and maybe just like you had said, a better description or something, and I hate to add more on your plate. I just was kind of confused, so I had reached out and.
No, I totally appreciate it, and just my mindset is always fiscal implications. What's it going to cost us?
Yeah, for
This
sure.
is one of the ones that in my brain doesn't cost us a thing.
Right.
Right?
Okay.
We just happen to be the conduit of the funds.
Okay. Thank you, that was all, just those 3 items.
Thank you.
Okay. My questions were answered, so I don't have any further questions. With that, we would just need a motion.
Kayla,
Oh, go
can I
ahead.
ask one follow-up? Since we're talking about pools, I'm always curious, how, and this might be for Mr. Cagle, when we use these pools for water polo, are our pools like an official?
Not likely tracks.
I think Jared also knows the answer to that one, but the Amador High School pool is not competitive eligible. So when we get to game time, the 3.5 or 4 foot side of the pool is not really conducive to water polo.
So does that limit us from having home?
Jackson Pool does not. That's why we go there
Okay.
to compete. So like once we're in that pool, we can compete at any level, including playoff level and host. So yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any further questions or comments on consent? Okay, then we would just need a motion.
Move to approve item 12, the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, just a reminder, student board members don't vote on consent. So Peter,
Yes.
Ken,
Yes.
Shane,
Yes.
James,
Aye.
and I'm also a yes. Okay, moving on to item 13, communications. We do not have any. So move on to item 14.1, the ACUSD renewals with Mr. Norton.
Thank you, Board of Trustees. This is a companion item to the county office. It is again a renewal agreement for our dental and vision plans with Alameda County Schools Insurance Group, or otherwise known as ACUSD. Overall, there were very minor adjustments here as well that add no additional expenditures to the county office and provide the same premium rates for our staff and keep the same plan designs as well for each of our different units for the 26-27 fiscal year. Considering increases over the past few years, again, it was nice to see that this renewal does reflect no increase. And then again, at the time, I recommended the board approve. And if you have any questions, I'm available for answer.
Okay, Claire, any questions?
Nope.
Lauren?
Nope.
Peter?
As stated during the county meeting, it's just good news that these rates, at least on this part of our health coverage, are not going up.
Ken?
No questions.
Shane?
No questions.
James?
No questions.
I don't have any questions either, so we would just look for a motion.
I move that we approve item 14.1 A and B.
Second.
Okay. Claire?
Yes.
Lauren?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, moving on to 14.2, we have California State University's Cal State Teach Program MOU, an agreement to provide student-teacher placements. Dr. Palazuelos.
Good evening, trustees. This is a memorandum of understanding with Cal State University, Cal State Teach. This is for a 3-year term. It would be from August 19th of 2026 through July 31st of 2029. I'm already in communication with the representative from this group, and there's up to 2 student teachers that would be eligible to begin this fall. And then just one piece to point out to the board, based on law that was signed this year, there is now state funding for student-teacher stipend programs. It is a non-competitive process that we would be engaged in, and ultimately, our student teachers would be eligible for $10,000 stipends completing their student teaching. So this is a good opportunity. The Cal State University program is a program that has quite a few potential students and for placements, and we recommend approval to the board.
Okay, questions or comments? Claire?
No.
Lauren?
No.
Peter?
Dr. Palazuelos, I believe in years prior, there was some kind of a grant program that teachers could apply for individually to help receive some money to get them through the bottleneck of student teaching, that sort of thing, as many people have to forego income to do that. So is this saying, when it says first come, first serve, that all of our people who are in this situation will get it? It's simply a matter of the order they apply? Or is there a funding limit, or how does that part?
Yeah, there's actually a funding, great question, and you're absolutely correct. There have been programs in the past to be able to provide some level of support, financial support to student teachers. The first come, first serve, what happens is with this process, it requires both the Institute of Higher Education and the local education agency to have to file documentation with the state that these folks are engaged in a program that's recognized by the state of California and are student teaching. And then once they hit their minimum number of hours, at that point they become eligible. The first come, first served is for that partnership. So in this case, like, the Cal State University System, Stanislaus, whatever it may be, that program and Amador County Unified School District applying, putting that request in, and then being eligible for the $10,000 to provide compensation to the individual. The resources would come directly to our district, and then we would pay through our financial system for that employee or that individual.
So we serve as a gatekeeper, whatever, for those funds. They come through us.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You got it?
Okay, Ken?
No questions.
Shane?
No questions. I think it's always good to have avenues to find teachers because they're hard to come by. Thank you.
James?
Nothing.
I don't either. I just think this is good. Having some form of income while student teaching is helpful, to say the least. All right, with that, we would just need a motion.
Move to approve item 14.2, California State University Cal State Teach Program MOU and agreement to provide student teacher placements to university students.
Second.
And the vote, Claire?
Yes.
Lauren?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
I do that in one breath, so that's yes.
James?
Aye.
And I'm also a yes.
Thank you, trustees.
Okay, moving on to our discussion items. We have 15.1, the 2026-27 school year. Mrs. Horn and Dr. Hedegaard.
All right. Good evening, Superintendent Critchfield, Amador Unified School District Board, we're very pleased to be joined by so many of our colleagues this evening in order to showcase the collaboration that has taken place since the end of the 25-26 school year. And so as we turn it over to Patty, I am going to ask those colleagues to come up and join us, please.
While they're doing that, I want to point out that due to some unforeseen circumstances, two of our presenters weren't able to come tonight. So two of our amazing Ed Services directors will be filling in for them. You'll notice Nikki Gravett and Jenny DeWalt. Their names won't be on the slides, but they will be standing in because they've stepped up to help. At our last board meeting, there was a great deal of celebration regarding the success of the August 10th district kickoff event. We will end our presentation there, but we're going to go chronologically back in time and start with the MTSS leadership team's collaboration days on June 8th and 9th. Okay.
Okay, John, Holly, and Stacy, come on up.
Good evening, school board, Superintendent Critchfield, cabinet, and community members. My name is John Hawley, and I'm the principal at Pine Grove STEM School. I am also a member of our district MTSS leadership team.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Herrera, and I am the school psychologist at Ione Elementary and Ione Junior High School. And I am also a member of the district MTSS team.
Since its inception, the MLT has had a tradition of meeting 2 full days at the end of the school year and the beginning of each school year. At the end of the 25-26 school year, the 2 days of collaboration focused on a variety of topics, including preparing for the new employee university and helping to define the district assessment cycles and participating in a half-day training with a touch of understanding.
Yes. And that the picture that is displayed up there was taken at the conclusion of the Touch of Understanding assembly, where our whole entire team received information and we had the opportunity to experience inclusive activities like using wheelchairs or white canes to navigate the campus around, was it Jackson Junior High? And we also had like modified desk work that would simulate doing work with dyslexia or something like a sensory sensitivity. And so it really, the assembly was a humbling experience, and it was intended to build empathy and an understanding of a lived experience of having challenges and achievements of individuals with exceptionalities.
So thanks to that collaboration with our representatives from our SELPA's Community Advisory Committee and the Medi-Cal Collaborative, A Touch of Understanding Assembly is scheduled to be delivered at all of our campuses during the 26-27 school year. All 3rd, 4th, and 8th and 10th graders will experience the same assembly. From this experience, because it was so valuable, and we want to share it with the staff that serves the students beyond those grade levels who will participate in the assemblies. The site administrators requested a collaboration with our school psychs to design and deliver experiences similar to our staff meeting, during our staff meetings. These will focus on gaining a better understanding of the special education eligibility areas of specific learning disabilities and the accommodations and supports our learning environments can benefit from.
Thank you, guys.
If it's okay, we have a lot of people here. I know everyone's like super formal. You don't have to like say hi to all of us. Just say who you are so we can keep this party rolling, okay?
Alrighty. We can take a cue. So my name is Sinead Clement, and I am the Jackson Junior High School site principal, and I'm also a member of the district's MTSS leadership team.
I'm Caleb Giggle, the Amador High School principal, and a proud member of the MTSS leadership team as well, and proud to also share the stage with Ms. Clement.
Of course. So for the last 2 academic years, the district-led collaboration days have incorporated instruction regarding Universal Design for Learning, or UDL. UDL is a framework for making learning flexible and accessible for all students. The design of our professional learning has been very intentional, where site administrators had a full year to engage in learning prior to implementing it across the district. This has empowered our system to thoughtfully identify any barriers and challenges in terms of rolling it out. With this model in mind, the administration participated in a conference in Sacramento with the goal of learning more about professional learning communities.
So as you see up on the slide there, this is the first attempt at, I've been to site things before where our team, a single team, has done this work. This is the first time that I've been a part of a district organized with all parties involved, all going through the same learning process. And so we all got to attend this PLC conference, which again strengthened the capacity of us as principals, vice principals, directors, and assistant superintendents as instructional leaders by providing practical strategies to support collaborative teams, data-driven instruction, and collective responsibility for student learning. On the second day of the conference, we had quite a bit of team time that was dedicated to us as a whole. We learned a lot, shared a lot of insight, including many different viewpoints, and it's nice to get to know the team that you're working with as a whole. And so we were joined that day by Mr. Critchfield, superintendent, and that was reassuring that many of the strategies that we had been already putting in place as a leadership team were guiding us in the right direction. We were heading in the direction the arrow was pointing. As far as we came to learn more about a collaborative process, how to share expertise, analyze data, that was directly related to student outcomes and how we can then take that refreshing kind of thought process and move it forward to better our school sites. And then those practices are still being worked on by us each and every day. I think each of the principals have taken quite a few of the learned lessons and started imparting them into our school sites as we speak. But it was one of those shots in the arm as a leader that gave us an opportunity to grow, all while moving forward the districts or with the alignment and district strategic plan. So we thank the leadership and cabinet for listening to our needs and allowing us to do this as a team. Again, I'm very proud to be a part of the team and be a part of this group. So that was what we all got to do at the PLC conference in Sacramento.
Great, thank you.
I'm not Joe, I'm Nikki, Director of CTE in secondary.
And good evening, my name is Russell DeWalt, and I am the principal of Argonaut High School, and I'm also a member of our district MTSS leadership team.
Each summer, Amador principals, vice principals, managers, and district leaders come together to prepare for a strong start to the school year. Our work remains centered on our 4 key initiatives: quality first instruction, common assessments, adult professional learning, and targeted student supports. There is always a balance in operation and instructional planning.
This year, a major focus was strengthening our role as instructional leaders and showing what we learned through the PLC conference with our colleagues whose schedules did not allow them to attend. We focused on how leaders can support collaboration, provide support to our sites in following the common assessments timeline, and meaningful build positive school cultures on our campus, all with the goal of improving instruction and student outcomes.
We also focused on coordination across our schools, programs, and departments, taking time to align our work, clarify our responsibilities, and anticipate needs, help to ensure that our systems are ready to support staff and students from day one.
Ultimately, the kickoff brought our leadership team together around a shared purpose and vision, supporting our staff, strengthening instruction, and creating a smooth, successful start to the 26-27 school year. And it may just sound like a meeting, but it really was very valuable and fun.
It was.
Good evening. My name is Tia Peters, and I am the site principal at Sutter Creek Elementary and also a proud member of our district MTSS leadership team.
And good evening. I am Sarah Borba, and I am the TK teacher at Plymouth Elementary School. I'm also a member of our district MTSS leadership team, probably the most valuable team I've been on in my career.
This August, we kicked off the third year of our multi-tiered System of Support Leadership Team, or MLT, because we like acronyms. This dynamic team brings together teacher leaders, instructional coaches, and principals who help guide, coach, and support our district-wide work to improve learning and provide effective supports for all students. As was highlighted earlier in this presentation, the professional development model we have embraced is that MLT members have the opportunity to be learners and receive instruction, then personalize the content for our sites before presenting it during district-led collaboration days.
Okay, the kickoff for the 2026-27 school year included professional learning from Renaissance on Nearpod, providing the team with tools to enhance teacher presentations and student engagement. We also received training from Supporting Inclusive Practices Director Janelle Mercado on the effective use of formative and flexible assessments to guide instruction and respond to student learning needs. As a friendly reminder, Amador Unified School District is a recipient of the California Department of Education Supporting Inclusive Practices Grant. It's a long name for a grant, which gives us access to these training opportunities and supports.
The team also refined professional learning presentations for our new employee university, focusing on classroom and behavior management, universal design for learning, and effective instructional strategies.
After 3 years of working together, this team continues to strengthen its ability to support educators across our district. Their leadership helps connect our MTSS work to classroom practice and ensures we remain focused on providing the instruction and support every student needs to be successful. Thank you.
I'm clearly not Tara Hanna, but I am Jenny DeWalt. I'm the Director of Child Development.
Good evening. I'm Eva Modesti, and I am one of the new art teachers for the elementary schools.
This summer was the second year that we hosted the new employee university for the ACUSD teachers and paraprofessionals. The university is a day of learning designed to help new staff feel prepared, connected, and ready to support students from the very beginning of the school year. The professional learning is led by our MLT instructional coaches, allowing us to draw upon the rich expertise and resources of seasoned veteran teachers from across our district. They shared practical strategies, district expectations, and experiences that new employees could immediately apply in their work with students.
We received presentations on 3 important topics: universal design for learning, engaging instructional strategies, and classroom and behavior management. The information was engaging, relevant, and extremely valuable. Participants ended the day going to their assigned site to meet with the MLT teacher for a campus tour and introduction. This allowed for a very personalized start to the year where we could both meet our community and have the opportunity to ask questions.
Ultimately, New Employee University is about welcoming new members to our ACUSD team while connecting them to the practices and priorities already happening across our schools. It is a great example of our own educators supporting one another and building our collective capacity to serve students well. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Kayla Reeder. I'm the teacher on special assignment, or TOSA, and I'm also a member of our district MTSS leadership team.
And good evening. My name is Annalisa Barrett, and I'm the first grade teacher at Pine Grove STEM School.
This summer, we officially kicked off our elementary math curriculum pilot, bringing together a talented group of educators who will help guide the important process of selecting a new elementary math curriculum for our district.
We began with a professional learning focused on the California Mathematics Framework, led by 2 professors from Stanislaus State, who are members of the California Math Project. This gave our teachers an opportunity to deepen their understanding of the framework and connect its vision for mathematics instruction directly to the work of the pilot.
Teachers then participated in their initial training for Eureka Math Squared, the first curriculum being piloted. The training provided teachers with the tools and resources they need to begin using the materials with students and thoughtfully evaluating the program in their classrooms.
It is exciting to bring together such a skilled and committed group of educators for this process. Their classroom experience, collaboration, and feedback will be essential as we work towards selecting a curriculum that supports high quality math instruction and meets the needs of all of our elementary students. Thank you.
And I would just like to give a shout out to all the teachers who are piloting, because it is a lot of work and they're dedicating so much time to this program for the whole as a district. So thank you to all those piloting teachers.
You're welcome.
My name is Joshua Brock, and I am Amador County Office of Education Special Education Director. I'm also a member of the district MTSS leadership team.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Crow. I'm an extensive support needs teacher at Jackson Elementary. I am also a member of our district MTSS leadership team and TOSA.
Hi, I'm Michaelin Angie Lucas. I'm an extensive support needs teacher at Argonaut High School.
Hi, my name is Kaylani Landergan. I'm a medically fragile paraprofessional at Jackson Elementary School.
So the Amador County Office of Education team is proud to provide students enrolled in ACUSD who would benefit with a regionalized special education program. So our community refers to this program is the Extensive Supports Needs Program, or ESN. So for the 2026-27 school year, we were fortunate to have 5 pre-service days with our CSEA 827 partners, specifically medically fragile paraprofessionals, and we invited our SEEK instructional team members to join for one of those days.
So 2 of our pre-service days focused on Crisis Prevention Institute training and certification. The 3rd day, we focused on assistive technology, the use of visuals for communication, and facilitating staff experiences and centers work. On our 4th and 5th day, we worked to organize our classrooms and prepare to welcome our students back. The pictures on the slides showcase the sample centers work that our teams got to engage in. I found this experience especially rewarding because I gained practical strategies to better support our students and become more aware of the importance of recognizing and supporting all forms of communication.
As the ESN MLT teacher, this is the first instructional day kicked off a year of professional learning, which will focus on collaborative communication. More specifically, we will be providing training and structured experiences, which focus on the use of visual communication systems, behavior as means of communication, and strategies to have strong communication with colleagues and families. And helping design these learning opportunities, I've drawn from my own personal experience as an ESN teacher, where communication extends far beyond the spoken word. My goal is to create practical learning opportunities that help staff recognize and honor all forms of communication while strengthening collaboration with colleagues and families.
As a participant in the pre-service training Kaylani and Sarah shared, I appreciated the facilitated collaboration with both the staff scheduled in my room as well as the greater ESN community. This new structure serves to support and enhance strategies specifically designed for students with significant needs and has been widely adopted across the preschool to transition continuum. Additionally, this training supported our community to host a back-to-school event for all ESN students and their families on Monday, August 10th at 1 p.m. Across campuses. Many families participated and expressed appreciation for the students to have an opportunity to visit their classrooms, meet teams, and review expectations.
Thank you.
If you're keeping track, that was 2 weeks, except for the days in June. That started on July 20th, and we had them working for 2 solid weeks. They were troopers.
All right, so now we're back to our annual district kickoff event, which we did talk about at the last board meeting, and is a wonderful tradition that brings our entire community together. As Jared likes to say, this event is short and sweet, but it was also incredibly meaningful. We take time in order to recognize and celebrate employees for their years of service and to honor their experience, dedication, and commitment that they bring to our district.
The words of encouragement from our superintendent also helped to set the tone for the year ahead. Bringing everyone together reminds us that regardless of our role, school, or department, we share one purpose: serving and supporting all of our students.
Most importantly, the kickoff reconnects us with the core values that guide our work: fun, courage, authenticity, relationships, and integrity. It gives us an opportunity to begin the year united, energized, and ready to serve those values with our students and our community.
It was mentioned at the last meeting that team members were recognized for different years of service milestones. This slide highlights those who earned 10 years of service, and we have Sarah Crow here with us tonight, who's featured in this picture. Yes, you can clap for 10 years of service. Great. This slide highlights those for 15 years. We have Annalisa Barrett here with us tonight for celebrating also 15 years of service.
All right, the next slide highlights 20 years of service.
Oh, on it.
Okay. We actually have Stacy Herrera here this evening for 20 years of service, and Nikki.
And
Gravett
Tia.
as well, and Tia. Okay, and then on the next slide, we wanted to share and celebrate a picture of 25 years of service. We have Jenny DeWalt here with us this evening for 25 years of service.
This slide highlights those for 30 years, and in fact, we have Sarah Borba here with us tonight with 30 years of service.
All right, so thank you very much for helping us to celebrate all that took place again since the 25-26 school year. We're happy to answer any questions that you may have and are looking forward to a bright year.
So real quick, Dr. Hedegaard and Mrs. Horn are very humble about this. The majority of that work was led by the two of them. And I just want to highlight their efforts as well as bringing all these people together. Thank all these individuals. They gave up a lot of time this summer, and then we asked them to stay late tonight. So I appreciate you all for being here as well. I do want to go back to just one thing. All of those teams are important. New Employee University is a passion of mine because I think most of us in this district, that especially those that maybe were featured in the 20 and 25 and 30-year milestones, not to speak to anything, were kind of given their keys and said, good luck in their classroom, and that's just not the way it should be. And so I appreciate when I talked to the MTSS leadership team about this last year, they were a little bit, I think, feeling overwhelmed because they knew that it was going to be a lot. But I was looking at an all-star team of teachers and said, basically, I think you guys can figure this out, and that's exactly what they did. And even in year 2, I think it's been wildly successful with our new teachers to help them feel supported, because we talk about recruitment a lot. Retention is also important, and there's a lot of data behind those first 5 years of teaching and how many leave the profession. And I feel it's an obligation of us as an organization to give them the best path to be successful as a teacher and not just throw them out there and say good luck. So I appreciate there's a lot of people involved in that, and every other team you see, and some ongoing, like the math pilot, will be going all year long. And I just appreciate all those efforts, and especially Sadie and Patty.
Great. Questions or comments, Claire?
No questions. I just think it's like cool that you guys get together before the school year to like kind of prepare and get everything situated before the school year starts. So I commend you guys.
Lauren?
Just a comment. Thank you for organizing everything. It seems like an incredible start to the year, and I'm especially glad for Special Education Department for their training strategies and program.
Peter?
Okay, a couple of comments meant as praise and affirmation, and maybe just one little question. Having been someone who has attended more than once the Professional Learning Community Conference in different locations, I think that's absolutely worth investing in. And so I'm not sure how much it costs us, but it's worth it, because as Mr. Kalos has a shot in the arm where leaders can connect, can make sure they have that shared vision, can share best practices, can build those relationships of trust, all those sorts of things. So absolutely priceless and worth it. There's nothing that can match shared efficacy. If we only have one or two strong people, that's not enough. We have to have, that shared across the board. So kudos on you for taking the time, and again, for being here tonight, everyone. That truly speaks volumes of your dedication. When it comes down to and again, we've already talked about technology a little bit, but I think it's on slide number 9 that has the little endorsement of Nearpod. So I don't know if that's just something that we're kind of playing with or whatnot. But so the public can know, and I'm not an expert because I do not use it personally, but I've seen it demonstrated before. It does help to focus students in that essentially, instead of having the teacher present at the front and the students perhaps wildly off task because teachers' eyes can't be everywhere, it provides, the best of my understanding, where we're kind of all on the same page at the same time type thing. So I am curious to hear more if this is something we're adopting or if it's just something we're trying out. But anything that's making us, again, the shared efficacy, I think is great. Yeah, been there on the new employee university thing where we didn't even get that. I've even, in fact, I very wildly remember clear back in 1988 where my mentor teacher as a brand new intern said, well, this piece of paper will work, and she took an old French test, and on the back of it she hit print because she didn't want to have to use a new sheet of paper, so that it had, here's a list of books you should use. That was it. That was my staff development as a brand new teacher. So I do think the new employee university is absolutely priceless. I don't know if we have a process when teachers maybe don't join us at the beginning of the year to try to help new people get on board, but hopefully if we don't, that can be something that's considered, or how that process works. And so lots of praise for everything. And yes, pilots are difficult, and good luck, math people, that's an investment. When it comes down to the ESN, or the crisis prevention intervention thing, my only question is, because it seems like, and please correct me if I said this wrong, Mr. Brock, or heard this wrong, but you had more days with the paraprofessionals than we did with the teachers. Is that correct? Okay, so have teachers ever been trained on the crisis prevention thing, or is that not their role, or how does that piece work, is what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, let's start with that question and then we'll go back, because I think Patty wants to answer a couple of your previous questions also.
Okay.
So with the CPI, yes, we do have 5 additional days that we have agreement with CSEA 827, and we're very appreciative for. We do not have that number of pre-service days for SEEK. And so we do make the CPI training available and offer it multiple times throughout the year. We have 2 trainers that then we schedule that out for. So we'll be selecting dates this year and being sure to advertise that so that anyone can attend.
So kind of like the CPR, it's an optional opt-in type thing, not a dedicated day, is that?
Well, correct. It's not like CPR where it's offered after hours, so it is 2 full days of instruction, and so it would be more of I would like to participate in this professional development opportunity, and then I would have a sub in order to be able to cover my classroom or fulfill my duties while I'm participating in the training.
Okay.
Yep.
And to answer your question with Nearpod is part of our Renaissance suite. So when we adopted Renaissance, I believe Ren got Nearpod a few years ago. So besides making interactive presentations, what we were able to do is take pre-built Google slide decks that teachers currently use and drop it into Nearpod. And then they have the tools where students can lifetime post on like jot boards or do activities, and it has all of that. It also does have a component where a teacher can kind of control what's happening, seeing what's going on at the same time. So we're just digging into all of the tools that come with our Renaissance suite, and we're trying to use that to enhance our instruction.
That makes sense.
Your question about the new employee university. So the MTSS instructional coaches are all the site. There's one at each site. They're teachers at the site. They have access to all of the slide decks that we use on those days. So ideally, as a new teacher might come on, they might be able to sit down and go through that with them during some of their time. Part of their additional duties as instructional coaches involves 2 hours a month of instructional coaching time at their site for teachers. So it's built in and provided that way. If that's not enough, they know to reach out to us. And we also have the amazing resources here of a teacher on special assignment who's already gone out and started to work with some of the newer teachers who maybe didn't get that, got hired afterwards. Well, helps fill in the gaps by using the same material that everybody got at New Employee University.
Okay.
I feel like I forgot one of your questions. Did I get them?
Well, most of what I was trying to say was simply praise. I think it's great to invest in leaders. If we don't invest in leaders, we can't invest in our staff as well. And certainly, a big part, in my opinion, of conferences like that is, well, I don't know. The people that presented those things are a little bit beyond normal when it comes to their level of motivation, and they're like, you can do it, go team type hype stuff. That, at least for myself, is certainly helpful.
I have no questions. I just have a heartfelt thank you to the entire MTSS team and everybody that's here tonight. It's just amazing to see the dedication, and it will trickle down to all the other teachers, and then it will trickle down to our students, and that's what we're here for. So I appreciate everybody that spoke tonight and all the different programs that you guys put together and attended this summer, so thank you.
Yeah, just to echo what Ken and Peter had said. I have heard a lot of positive comments from the public on this program, and I think it's very important that showing this investment in the teachers, I think, will help the district in the long run, and not only developing those teachers, but also recruiting and keeping our progress moving forward. So good job.
James?
I appreciate all the hard work that you all put into this district, and it shows, it does. All the familiar faces sitting in those chairs right now, wouldn't expect anything else from you guys, the dream team of the school district. Like, that's what it is. One thing that stood out to me, and I can't stop thinking about it, is slide number 3, a touch of understanding. First thing that popped into my head was, wow, that's amazing. I think it's great that, correct me if I'm wrong, staff was walking around with canes and other things that, I think that's phenomenal. And
James, you'd be really happy to know that Sadie and Caleb did the entire ramp at Jackson Junior High in wheelchairs.
Yeah, that's good.
Down
I think it's
and
great.
up.
Wow.
And then my brain took it even like, that's something society needs to do with all the aspects of society. You know what I mean? Like, come stay in the hood for a little bit, right? Like, it's those types of things are important, and I appreciate you guys for doing that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm super happy to see this. This is the first year in 4 that I've seen any presentation like this. And so that is exciting for me. I think that even if this has been happening a couple years, I think just the fact that we've gotten such traction on doing this kind of work is incredibly important. As somebody who, I went to school here, I worked here, and now I'm on the other side of things. It really enjoyed the new teacher university situation. When I first started here, I was an intern, and they're like, here you go, you're gonna go to this site. Have fun. And that truly was the experience. And so to see where that has come, I think that's important. I think that while there's some aspect of, yeah, we need to figure it out, but I think that there's another huge aspect to where we need to also keep teachers and keep them and help them develop into good teachers. Not everybody's gonna come in right away and just know exactly what to do right off the bat. I thought that was super important. I loved the ESN. I think that's really great to have all that training and really be developing that program as well. And then also to invite the families to come early, I think is super important. Some of those kids, they just need that. Just to be able to just at least see where they're going for the first day is just a really huge step for them. So I did really enjoy that part. And then I also really appreciate sending our leadership team to do leadership professional development. I think we've all experienced in some way or another the effects of poor leadership. And so in order to continue developing leaders, bringing leaders up in our district, and then growing them and developing them is such a huge thing that we need to keep doing in the district in order to keep progressing in the right direction. If you don't have leaders that are able to learn and develop, your district's not gonna go very far. So thank you guys all for all of this extra work, because you're also working in classrooms doing all the different things that you're doing. So to add to your plate is a big ask, so we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you guys. Oh, you guys can definitely go home. Thank you. Yeah.
Except for Sadie and Patty.
Yeah, sorry, Sadie and Patty have to stay, but. Okay, I'll let you guys head out real quick. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started. We're on item 15.2, the 2026-27 Health and Welfare Benefits Program Overview and Future Outlook. Mr. Norton.
Thank you, Board of Trustees. Tonight, we're here to look at our 26-27 Health and Welfare Benefits Program Overview and Future Outlook, and really looking at our health and welfare benefit program just overall, focusing on our transition from CVT to Newfront to CalPERS, kind of reflecting on that transition period, and then an evaluation of our medical enrollments over this time as we transition, and then provide an overview on the CalPERS summer updates that they have, and then the continued advocacy campaigns. Discuss our healthcare advisory committee, what it is and what we're doing, benefits beyond just our medical, dental, vision, how we're looking at things even beyond that, the upcoming open enrollment that we have just around the corner, our dental and vision plans, and then finish with our outlook to the 2028 plan year. And so we'll look at our roadmap, how we get there. So reflecting upon transition, I wanted to start with California Value Trust, otherwise known as CVT. This is a pooled insurance group, and the district was in it for quite a while. I couldn't tell you the first time, but it's been quite a bit. And then in 22-23, the district and county really pursued looking at other alternatives that were out there, really to try and help support our teachers and staff that were seeing some pain points that were happening. Essentially, these were impacting our recruitment and retention through limited opt-outs. So when we were with CVT, folks really couldn't opt out, or they could opt out to a certain extent. And even when they opted out, there was certain units, or they all had essentially an opt-out premium. So for the lowest costing plan, they had to pay still 75% of whatever that premium was. And then most folks were still had to enroll if they didn't meet that opt-out cutoff. So this created a situation where folks who may have had coverage outside somewhere else were actually having to enroll. And then not only doing that, but because some of the units that we had composite plans associated with it, were actually paying us, or at least paying their premiums. They weren't paying us, they were paying CVT essentially, for the privilege of opting out. And then in addition, what this created was, because there was no ability to opt out, and we had the ability for cash in lieu if there was no cost or there was some savings involved in it, CVT, there was no ability to do so. So these particular pieces, as well as other things, the district pursued other outside potential vendors. And so Newfront came along. And so prior to the summer break of 2023, Newfront presented to the district and county management, as well as union leaders regarding their proposal on a switch that would address some of these limitations. And then given the proposed upside of this transition, all bargaining units and management kind of signed off on leaving CVT for Newfront. So what are some of the advantages that really were the reasons for folks wanting to transition away to this self-insured model? Was flexibility. You had the ability to still keep the same plans that were with CVT, as well as look at possibly redesigning them or changing them in some way, shape, or form. So you had complete flexibility in that sense. Ability to opt out. So those folks that were kind of locked into having to pay for insurance, even if they didn't need it, now have the ability to opt out. In addition, cash in lieu became a big thing. Folks who, for the district, it was always a sunk cost. They were having to contribute toward benefits anyway. So this cash in lieu piece comes along, and now some folks were seeing upwards of $10,000 to $12,000 worth of a benefit on an annual basis. A nice thing for a new employee starting out. And then in addition, Newfront had same rate plan options. So basically their proposal was, hey, we're gonna keep the rates the exact same as CVT if you come over here, plus you have all these other perks and benefits go along with it. And the way that the plan was really proposed is that over time, you would likely see some savings that you could apply toward potential rate cuts in future years. So not only would you maybe not see as big of an increase that could potentially be out there, or maybe even see a rate decline from some of the savings that you might see. However, as the transition took place, it was very quickly apparent that this was not a sustainable model, especially for a school district all by itself. This model left the district and county open to unlimited liability, whereas the insurance captive that we were a part of had a stop loss protection. It was only up to so much. And so what happens is on each claim that took place, there would be essentially excess cost beyond it. So the district would have up to $75,000 that they would have to cover, and then beyond that would be protected. So you still had that $75,000 liability on each claim that possibly came through. In addition, there was an aggregate stop loss as well. So the district had protection up to a certain dollar amount, and anything over and above it, basically they were exposed. And so the district itself had $1 million of stop loss protection in there, but there was so much high claims in that first year alone that the district went well beyond that. And so that presented an unsustainable situation. In addition, the way self-insurance is set up is it imposes an inherent cash flow risk. We've talked about the TRAN before here. We've talked about interfund borrowing and the need to help support our current model. The way that our cash flow comes in is not all at this, like just spread equally over time. It comes in different points. We get more at certain types of the year when we get property taxes and things like that. And so if we had a claim come in for over $1 million, despite the fact that maybe we had some stop loss protection, we were still on the hook for the $1 million in the upfront before the reimbursement came through from the stop loss, which could take usually up to a few weeks for it to come through. So if it happened at the wrong time of the year, that could lead to insolvency in a very short period of time. So we're in Newfront. There's all these inherent risks that we're discovering. We see high claims. And so we get to the renewal time after this is happening. And we see that in the initial proposal from Newfront, it was going to be a 40% rate increase. After having a year where we're kind of mirroring what CVT was, it's generally about a 5 to 6, 40% was just not tenable. And so therefore, in working with them, they were able to readjust their model down to a 15% rate increase for our staff across the board. Still not great by any measure, but still considerably less than the 40% we were looking at. And so that led to a significant part of the problem here as well. So then we see the high claims. We see that there's this inherent cash flow risk. We still see premiums.
Robert, sorry.
Yeah, please stop.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
So at no point was there an intent to have captive insurance? We were moving to self-insured?
So our self-insurance was through a captive. And so basically we were in a captive the whole time. With Newfront had us embedded with, it's Pareto is the other group. It had been mentioned a couple times at other meetings. But so we were a part of the Pareto captive. But in reality, we were basically fully exposed ourselves. even with this captive.
So was that, I guess, was that ever presented to the district as this is your risk you're taking?
Yeah, and so for that, I can't answer that question. I was not a part of that conversation. But I know that it was outlined as self-insurance. I just don't know what to the extent of the risk that were assigned out there in that sense.
It was presented that there was more protection being self-insured as part of the captive, and that our stop-loss coverage would then be enough with the combination of those two things.
So we did have stop-loss insurance. Was that?
Yeah.
Was there a limit on what, or could we have increased that if we had?
So in the first year after that with the renewal, we could have, obviously not understanding what that looks like at that time, because from Newfront's perspective, it was an anomaly that we had such high claims and everything else. And so they were our advisors as well as a part of this process. And when they came back with the renewal recommendation, they thought that the $1 million was still relevant. And so
increasing stop loss would have increased cost, which then would have been transferred to staff, so it would have been a further increase to health insurance coverage.
And through their models as well, part of the reason the 15% and the 40% was to help build in some of that protection so that if you have high claims, well, because the premium increased, you can also now afford it. And so that's part of the combination of the two.
One thing that I would be interested in, not that I need to know right now, but if we did increase our stop loss and we had those additional costs that would get moved to our employees, what would be the difference? Because I believe the costs for the issues we had were $3 million.
Yeah, we ended up having an exposure, or at least after the first year alone, of 1.5. And we're still obviously in the claims runout period that we'll talk about in a bit, that will extend it even further. And then, so probably upwards of 3 years over the course of the whole, or 3 million over the course of the whole thing is probably about right.
And the reason I bring this up is I've been asked numerous times, and I just wanted to make sure that I had an answer when I was asked, because I really didn't. So I appreciate putting this together.
And so this kind of ties in. So you had mentioned what it would look like if we increase stop loss, as well as the cost to the employees that go along with it. And you can kind of see it here. And so what this phase was, yes, we went back out to market, got declined quotes from so many different vendors. And where you really see it is when Alliant went out and did their modeling. And so because of how poorly it had gone with Newfront and what was clear and apparent, the lack of advice, we got in touch with another consultant, Alliant. Actually, got in touch with a few, but in review, Alliant was the best. And so they were presenting a realistic proposal of what it would cost to truly run the self-insurance here at Amador. It also increased our stop-loss protection to an additional $2 million in a given year. And so that where you see the 70% insurance premium increase. So folks' rates would have almost doubled, obviously, 70% increase over that time. So that's where they're showing this is what it really should have looked like the whole time. And so it goes to show you that what Newfront had proposed was probably not the best deal.
Is there any way that we could be given information on, say, you're looking at that 70% increase in premiums, what that would look at compared to what it is right now? Because right now we're pretty high. Would it be higher than?
I would say it's relative in that answer, because part of it is the type of plan that you have. And so CalPERS, they offer a more robust package. There were some plans that we had in the Newfront deal, as well as CVT, that were in the lower end, which is why when you look at some of the rates by comparison to what you're getting with the benefit, well, they may cost more with CalPERS in some respect, but they're also give you more. Obviously, there's an argument to that when you look at the CalPERS Gold plan with the lack of availability in some networks, but it's the type of then percentage reimbursement that you get on any given stop you have there. Because even the Gold plan, I want to say, is 80% on co-insurance, whereas some of the base plans could have been 60% or lower on some of the plans that were offered with CVT. So that percentage of reimbursement also is what leads to the higher rates that you see with CalPERS. So it is because they are more premium or more robust plans.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, and so So then another thing that happened as a part of this process too is Alliant was trying to work with Pareto too to work with, to get a renewal there. They were actually out and used one of their other vendors to get it. But even as a part of the process, we've disconnected from Newfront. They actively went out of their way to block the district and county from even getting a quote from Pareto. So that was just an interesting thing that they did along the way there as we finished that relationship. And so really we were stuck with two choices at that time. We had the CalPERS quote and then the 70% on the CalPERS quote was really, it's just, they accept everyone. So basically as long as you fit into a region, you can just join. And so we were active to the Region 1 rates that were available to us at the time. And then we were either had that or the self-insurance, which not only were going to be a 70% increase to premiums, still had the exposure to self-insurance because even with the $2 million additional protection, it still could have led to that we had beyond it. I mean, there's no ever real protection in that sense. You can always exceed it. And then in addition, we had the cash flow risk. That was still there regardless. So self-insurance would be really hard for an entity of ours, just period. So then we look at CalPERS. We've now shifted there. We're back to a pool. We have protection. So even despite, no matter how bad our claims are or how great our claims are, there's no inherent extra risk than what the premiums we pay on a monthly basis. It was really the only viable option I would say that we had going into that. And the board took action on that, which was definitely the best course of action and has done a great job in terms of helping us with this. So the benefits of CalPERS, again, eliminate those self-insurance risks, increased price stability. We saw this dramatic increase, a proposed 70%, proposed 40%. We ended up with the 15 there. When you look at CalPERS in comparison to the rest of the market, they increase at a very normal rate. And even in bad years is more normal than others. When we looked at some of the other groups in the area who have CVT, we saw Calaveras County in the 20% last year of an increase. It was like 28%, I want to say. And then there were others as high in Tuolumne County as 38%. So it was just a bad time for insurance, it seemed like, in this area in particular. Another piece of CalPERS that's a benefit is they still allow for opt-outs. So that is one thing that we are unlikely to find with no matter where else we go outside of self-insurance, where folks still have that flexibility. And note that that was a key thing that led to us first leaving to begin with. Obviously, many of the unions have negotiated that there is no more cash in lieu in part of that. There is still some cash in lieu out there. So some folks are still receiving that benefit on that. But the prospects of that opt-out have changed. In addition, it presents a retiree benefit that's out there now that didn't exist before. There is now basically a monthly contribution that the district will pay on behalf of a retiree who then takes medical insurance through CalPERS. And currently we're doing what's called the unequal method, which is it starts at $1 per employee per month. We're now up to $8 per employee per month, but it progressively builds toward 5% of the PEMCA minimum over the course of 20 years. So in 20 years, right now the current PEMCA minimum is $167, and it goes up by about 2 to 3% a year based on an inflation calculation they have. But with CalPERS, we've learned there are some limitations. And so with any plan that we go with, there will be some hiccups. For Amador County in particular with CalPERS, we found that there is definitely a limitation when it comes to plan options here. For all of the county, there were only 2 plans when we first joined that were available, the CalPERS Gold and CalPERS Platinum. And of those 2 plans that were available within the county, only one was available in network at the local Jackson Hospital. In addition, this now creates an OPEB liability. So we do have that retiree benefit. There's now that new liability that we're dealing with annually and then ongoing for the life of the employee or the retiree who decides to continue to enroll. And there is no composite structure. So whereas some of our units found a benefit within that structure, so folks who are looking to grow a family within this entity could potentially pay a little lower rate, that has gone away. So they could still pay for their family, but the potential premium benefit is lessened by not having the composite structure. But there is a benefit to that on the flip side for all the employees who are just covering themselves, or maybe themselves plus a spouse or family member, dependent, that they can pay less than they would have at the composite rate. So there's pros and cons to that particular line item. And then the self-insurance claims run out. So despite the fact we've now transitioned away, we are still in the run out period. And that run out period is set to expire on September 30th, 2026. And I have got that date locked in my calendar and I'm ready for that to happen. And so we have continued to see claims that have come through. And so we will be having a final obligation total that we will have that will hit this fiscal year. And so you will see the full total with the first interim when that comes through. So you will see that as a line item within there. Again, the benefits of this transition, whereas self-insurance was a very risky proposal that we have gone through, with the board taking action, we are much more secure today from our financial picture than we were at that point in time. So let's look at the enrollment update over the course of that period. So our final CVT enrollment, we had 349 employees that were that were enrolled in a medical plan with us. 174 of them were composite, and then you can kind of see the splits between employee only, plus one, and family. So our plus ones and families were always pretty relatively small by comparison, but the composite, it was really hard to get a true mix, because if folks were part of the composite plan, they were more likely to take that insurance, since they had to anyway, and cover their whole family, again, because they had to take the insurance, and it was able to cover the whole family regardless of how much they were paying. So that is an interesting note to see as we transition further. So as we switch to Newfront, you see a roughly 30 employee drop in medical coverage, which makes sense. There were a lot of folks who didn't have a choice. They had to opt into insurance. Now they're able to opt out and get a cash in lieu benefit, and so you see that taking effect. Newfront in now 2024, you see another, now this is almost a 40-person drop. Actually, it's over 40. And again, this had to do in line with the 15% increase at that time. But again, some folks are seeing the benefits of the cash in lieu opt-out and choosing to go that route and finding other insurance elsewhere, because some of the other markets became more competitive at that time. In addition, we then transitioned to CalPERS, and we see another 30 roughly drop in enrollments. Many folks with the non-local coverage, or now not the composite option, there were other areas that became more attractive. And so you see that transition there. And so you see the 1025 and 126, not much movement happened there, but these enrollments took place very close together. And so folks who had enrolled in one and were kind of making their grand plans at that time, we did have a slight increase in the employee family. What was also hard during this time for open enrollments is we were still negotiating what the contribution levels were going to be. So folks were enrolling thinking that the contribution levels were going to be lower than they currently are today, which is why it will be a really interesting thing to see of how many folks now re-enroll in our medical options now that some of the state subsidies are gone on, wow, I can't think of the name, but basically the state provided insurance, or some of the marketplace insurance pieces, Medi-Cal, there we go. And so that's where it'll be interesting to see what happens on 10-1. The 826 enrollment that we have there, the 228, is not a complete figure, so that's why I italicized it and add the asterisk, just because we have new staff that are currently actively enrolling in these plans, and so we don't really have a true picture of what they're going to enroll in until probably next month. And then even then, they're going to possibly change with the new open enrollment. CalPERS summer updates. So we noted the limited plan options when we transitioned to CalPERS. There is now a new plan option out there, the Blue Shield EPO, and so this will be effective as of January 1, 2027. So folks in this county, every single employee in our district will have access to this. It is a more of a mid-tier cost option, so whereas the gold is the more affordable, the PPO is the premium plan that's out there, this one falls kind of in between. It does have local network access, so one of the things with an EPO plan, they really need to tie into that local marketplace. So that is the benefit of having an EPO plan in your county, and something that CalPERS had realized really doesn't exist in, there were, I think, 13 counties they added it to. And so we were one of them. And so this, will include the local Sutter Amador Hospital here in Jackson and many of the local doctors. But I put the asterisk there because if you are truly looking to cover with this plan, please go online to our benefits hub. Use the doctor search tool that we have. It's the Blue Shield doctor search tool, and you can see if your doctor is currently in network with that plan. There are limitations to this plan in terms of it is an exclusive network rule that they have. So you need to make sure it's in network, otherwise you get the full boat of the cost. There is no out of network like benefits still, whereas the PPOs they do have those generally. You still will pay more for an out of network, but you have some coverage. With an EPO, you have no coverage unless it's an emergency situation. And then the direct specialist access, whereas most HMOs do not. You can't just go to a specialist. You have to get a referral. With an EPO, you can. So you don't have to worry about that particular piece of it. And so I kind of put this chart up here as a side by side just so folks have a better understanding of the EPO. The primary care physicians, they're required with an HMO, but not necessarily with an EPO or PPO. Specialist referral requirements, again, you don't need that with an EPO or PPO, but it is an HMO. If is out of network covered, only in emergencies for HMOs and EPOs, but for PPOs, it is covered, it's just a higher cost. And then a relative monthly premium. Generally, HMOs tend to have the lowest, EPOs tend to be in the middle, and PPOs tend to be in the highest, just because, again, it's the flexibility piece. HMOs, it's managed care, so they tend to have everything managed within their network, so that's why it's the lowest cost. They've got all their services there. EPO is a little bit more broad, and there is some more flexibility with it, but PPO is the most flexible, and you're paying for that with the highest premiums that go along with there.
Quick clarification.
Please.
So HMOs are gold that we currently have?
No, HMO would be a Kaiser plan.
Okay, so both our gold and our platinum are PPO then?
They are correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and so whereas the local hospital is not in network, you could still go, but you'd pay the out-of-network rates for it. So it becomes at a much higher cost, much higher deductible. So whereas folks could go, it would become a financial burden for them if they were to use it. And so the 2027 Region 1 rates were board approved over the summer. And so whereas we've seen some significant rate increases, and it was actually forecasted by Alliant that across the state there'd be about a 9% average increase. Kaiser plans went up about 1.61%. The PERS Platinum went up 6.5%, and the PERS Gold went up 8.44%. The Blue Shield EPO plan is a new plan to Amador County, so I left it there as new. In terms of the rate increase, it was about 13% just from the prior year, but we didn't have access to it at that time. Generally, the EPO does not move as much, but I think part of the reason for its larger increase this year was the expansion of counties. Another thing that is something we'll have to look at as CalPERS continues to adjust their plans on a plan year basis is they reached a deal with Sutter Health. What this now did is they now offer Sutter Health plans within their package. Unfortunately, with this agreement, it did not extend to Amador County. We're hopeful that over time it will. At the meeting that we were at when this was actually announced, we went and advocated to have Sutter Health added to our county here. This was in large part due to United Healthcare, and the renewal package that CalPERS received from them was, in their eyes, very large, and so they didn't think it was reasonable, and so basically negotiations stopped and they found another partner. And so this targeted 6 counties that are listed down there below are the ones that were the most affected by the United Health situation. And so that's why they targeted those 6 first, as opposed to Amador County, which has a Sutter hospital and only a Sutter hospital. Another thing that's interesting here, and we kind of briefly touched on it before, is the CalPERS regional realignment. So CalPERS, as it currently sits, is split into 3 regions. Region 1, which is the top section there, Region 2, which is that middle, and Region 3 down below. And so you can kind of see the relative plan costs in looking at what they show here as an example is the Blue Shield Access Plus HMO. And you can see that for that plan in Region 1 is $1,301, so almost $302. In the middle section, Region 2 is $1,052, and then in Region 3 is $917. So it's pretty nuts that across the state of California, you've got 3 different rates overall, and one is significantly higher, I would argue, than the others. What they found, though, in their three-tier system is it's not really doing a great job of matching what the true cost of care is for the services they're providing. What they have found that this really only covers 46% of the true cost of care. So if your cost of care is supposed to be equal to $1, only 46% of the time are they actually there. Either they're above or below it in most circumstances. So as a part of their reevaluation as they look to 2028, is mapping out what the cost of each county is. And you can kind of see where Amador is there. We are a little darker red than I would like. So it's showing that really in our county that we do naturally have a higher cost of care. You see that we're not quite as deep red in this. I don't think this actually does a great job of reflecting the true color, so hopefully on your screen it does a little bit better job, but we're not quite as deep red as what you'll see out in the Bay Area, for instance. Even Calaveras County is much deeper red, and there are some others. But they're using this as a map to try and evaluate how do we get closer to that 100% cost of care percentage. And so that's when they came up with the three different scenarios you see here on this next slide. Scenario A took into account that it wasn't really, they said, what is the closest we could get to getting to a true cost of care? And this scenario A is what they did to do so. The problem with it is it doesn't have a lot of counties that touch each other. You'll see there's a lot of scattered counties amongst here with the cost of cares that vary. And so the problem that provides is in Amador County, we have a lot of folks who have different, who live outside of the county. And so with that, you'll see next to Amador County, we have 4 different regions. So we would have to maintain and track 4 different region rates and have those all built into our systems, advertised to our groups, and let them all know about that. And so that is one thing they were considering as a part of how they decided which model they're recommending at this point in time. Scenario B became more, they used a word, I can't think of it right now, but more together. And the good thing about that is we do eliminate some of the higher Bay Area counties with that. And so some of those counties that are in our group in Region 3 in all 3 of these models are not quite as deep red as it could be. And so the net effect of this is essentially whatever regions that they decide to go with, this will impact what our rates are then set at. As you saw with the first slide of this regional realignment, three different regions with 3 different, very different rates. And so we could expect to see something different with now the 6 or 7 proposed different regions that they have here. Currently, the recommendation is scenario C. They're doing some more modeling and some more evaluations. And so I expect to see that over the next few board meetings as they continue to evaluate. Scenario B came with a 78% true cost of care, and scenario C came with an 85%. What that means for our rates is I don't know. It depends on their evaluations of how that determines anything. I would imagine based on looking at this, Region 4 is going to be the most expensive, just based on looking at the redness of the chart. But there is potential here that we could see some savings. We just don't know what that looks like until they finish all their calculations. And I'm sure that actuarial is going to have a fun job with that. Continued advocacy campaigns. So as a part of this, we have gone proactively to the different CalPERS meetings that they have for the Pension and Health Benefits Committee. With management, we've had some Board of Trustee members go with us, as well as some of the Healthcare Advisory Committee members have gone and they've spoken. And so we plan to keep this going. The upcoming meetings, the next one takes place on September 15th, followed by November 17th. Over the course of the next couple of meetings, they're really going to be looking at preliminary plan designs for 2028. Usually what happens is they propose something and then they approve it later. So this is where we'll get the opportunity to see what they're thinking about and chime in and leave our comments on what we think. Hopefully one of those things that they're planning to do with plan design changes is expand the Sutter Health Network. In addition, the regional realignment, what that looks like, my estimates are they're going to provide more detail on what the different regional structures will do for our rates. And so naturally, as those come out and we get more information, we'll advocate for the one that costs us the least. It makes the most logistical sense. Then just other important meeting notes. They will have some more in the spring that we definitely will look at as the agendas come out and what they are evaluating. But the big ones to look at would be in June of 2027 when they release the preliminary 2028 rates, and then in July of 27 when they formally approve all the plan redesigns and the rates that go along with them. So As a part of the health insurance transition that's taken place over the last few years, one of the things that was negotiated with every unit was the creation of the Healthcare Advisory Committee. Officially formed or had our first meeting in December of 2025. The goal of this committee is to provide care, support, and wellness to our employees and families, serving as an advisory body to the district and include basically the primary goals of reviewing our plan data, how our enrollment's going, how are the plans even working for our groups, and then have the group provide us advisory input on what their feelings are, what they're hearing from the members, et cetera, and how can we work collaboratively to help improve what we're offering to this district and our employees. Some of the latest discussions we've had is the CalPERS retiree benefits vesting period. As I noted, one of the things with moving to CalPERS is retirees can now get that benefit of a lifetime, basically, for their retirement, of giving some kind of benefit in terms of a contribution from the district. What the vesting option would do is make it to where an employee needs to be here for X amount of years. And so that would make more sense as opposed to somebody coming in for 1 year working for us, but then they get a lifetime benefit after that for retiring. So we're discussing, as a part of this, what makes sense in terms of what is that length of service for the district that then equates to that lifetime benefit. Dental and vision plan designs. That was a big topic this last year, looking at what it costs to then more align the different dental and vision plans we offer. Currently, we offer one plan design for each of the different groups. What we were looking at was a base option that could either lower the cost or keep it the same, and then buy-up options that provided more premium options. It may have provided an increased cost, but provided more services and benefits that there may be folks who would find interesting. So we are currently looking through that. This last year, it did not roll into this year in terms of making any changes, partly because the renewal was 0%. And it was going to take more time to discuss the pros and cons of making any real changes on that one. In addition, the 2027 logistics, one of the big conversations we had is as we roll into open enrollment, what had worked in the past, what do we need to do better, and what were some of the advice of what things they would like to see that could help them make informed decisions. And then also I went over them, just what I went over with you was the CalPERS summer updates that have taken place over the course of the summer. Oh, I flipped it off. There we go. So one of the other things we're looking at is expanding beyond just medical, dental, and vision, and working with Alliant to kind of discuss what that could look like. One of the things that you'll see with other different employers are just like discount programs that could be out there. One of the ones they had proposed to us was looking at is one that they also work with is Life Balance. And so this would be a discount program we could look to offer to all staff and incorporate and working with local vendors to have them added to their website and the discounts that could potentially offered there. I know, like, just for being a government employee, we have a deal with Enterprise, and so we've seen folks who have utilized that to a certain extent. And so there could be some value in this. There is a cost to it, so that's something we also need to evaluate. It's 60 cents per employee per month, which equates to about $3,500 a year to provide this discount program. Another thing that we could look to offer is pet insurance. In this, it doesn't have any risk or liability or even cost to the district or county, but it's essentially a group benefit we could offer to our employees, which does tend to be lower in terms of cost than what you'd find in the public market. But it could just be an added benefit for those who want to offer or have insurance for their pets, and again, does not create a new liability for our district, which is something that we're very important to. So then looking at the 2027 open enrollment, that's here around the corner. We're enrolling in the CalPERS plans as well as the new dental and vision plans and the rates that you guys have just formally approved. And so employees can enroll between September 14th and October 8th through our American Fidelity AF Enroll platform. The advantage of continuing with this platform is that it keeps it consistent. We haven't had a whole lot of consistency over the last few years with regards to enrollments. And this system, folks are starting to get used to seeing, enrolling in, and so hopefully that consistency can help. But in addition, provides an extra benefit is in putting our open enrollment, every single offering all in one place. And what I mean by that is all the American Fidelity Section 125 products that they offer, disability insurance, cancer insurance, flexible spending accounts, folks can all enroll in at the same time as they do their medical, dental, and vision. That is a commonplace that I've seen in other employees that I've worked for. So that is a nice thing to have here, whereas before it used to be two separate types of enrollments you would have to do. So another campaign we're really doing is really trying to up our communications to ensure folks have all the information possible. We've updated our website with the new rates that we have now. We changed the format for it last year and continue to update it as we continue to go forward with new benefit summaries, et cetera. We've done internal email campaigns. We just did an announcement one on August 12th. And then now what we're starting to do is targeted campaigns. And what I mean by that is we wanted to have an email that was specifically surrounding the Blue Shield EPO plan. It was brand new, wanted to make sure it targeted that. But then what we want to do is target other things too. We have a complicated tool, but it is an effective tool, which is the 11th month rate sheet tool. Because 11-month employees only get paid 11 months out of the year, the district fronts the money in July for their insurance, so they continue their 12 months worth of insurance, and then the employee pays it back over the rest of their school year. And so as that happens, it then impacts what their rates are when CalPERS changes rates and when we move into the next year. And so this tool allows the individual to put in what either district or county they work for, if they're classified as certificated employee, and basically what plan they had in July, and then it'll spit out what the rates are for them. So it's a handy tool to help them see exactly what the rate costs are. But I would suggest if any employees are watching that if you have any issues at all, please reach out to our payroll department and they can do it for you. So we have no problem doing that if you are struggling to figure that out. In addition, American Fidelity campaigns, they are sending out postcards on our behalf, putting up posters, sending their own emails alerting to folks to the different benefits as well as our timelines. And we are also doing site visits. So every single site will have at least one day, if not two. All the secondary sites are getting two because of AB days, to where we are going to have American Fidelity reps out there as well as our payroll staff to meet with each of the staff members if they so choose. They don't have to go meet with them, but they have the opportunity to sign up for an appointment and do so. We are also looking to get subs, so if teachers need to take time off to go do that real quick, that they're able to have coverage for their class to be able to go do so. Another thing is the health fair. We had one last year where we had vendors come out and speak to employees. It seemed to be pretty effective. The only issue that I saw really last year with it was that it took place after an open enrollment had started, whereas there's a benefit to it. Folks could actually actively enroll there. The downside is some of the sites already had their site visits prior to the health fair taking place. So this year we're structuring it prior to the open enrollment so that if any sites or any employees really have any questions, that they can come out and ask their questions to our different vendors and then get their answers before their site has their enrollment day. So as we discussed earlier in the action items, we had no change to dental and vision, whereas we are continuing to evaluate what our plan and plan designs really look like and what those impacts then are on our premiums. We're going to be continuing to work with the Health Insurance Advisory Committee, our Healthcare Advisory Committee, and then proactively work with their unit members to get feedback on what they'd like to see from these different plans to see what we can do to help improve. In addition, I want to move on to our roadmap to 2028. We are locked in for our 2027 at this point, and so right now the clock starts for what are we going to do for 2028. And so in our partnership with Alliant Insurance, they were great consultants with us as we looked to try to figure out how best to get out of the situation we were in, to help be advocates for us for trying to get vendors to help quote us. So after open enrollment happens, they'll use that enrollment data to go take us back out to market and see what options may be available for us. Some of the ones that we're already looking at, actually, we spoke with Sutter Health representatives when we went to the CalPERS meeting because they heard us speak and said, hey, we're interested in talking to you guys. They'd actually just moved out to this county. So it would be interesting to see what they could come up with. CVT, because we'd worked with them before, a lot of our JPA members do. There's pros and cons to that. CISC is another option that's out there. They're very similar to CVT, but they're different. CVT is a trust, so whereas there are a lot of different districts in a lot of cases that are all kind of pooled together, CISC is a JPA or Joint Power Authority So they're all covered together. We already currently are a part of a JPA for our workers' comp and property and liability insurance. So it would be very similar to what we do there. And actually, our JPA works with CISC for those coverages. And then all their other alternatives are out there. Even over the course of the summer, Alliant did take us out to a few different new groups that were moving out to Northern California. And unfortunately, they declined to quote us over the summer. So there was nothing to bring back to the board or unit members over that time. They did look at our enrollment data from this last year and had noted quite apparently that there was not enough movement. In fact, the movement was in the wrong direction for us to be a viable candidate. So it'd be interesting to see what happens with the new rates and the different things going on in health insurance just in general, if obviously the Blue Shield EPO plan has an impact to where we become more of a candidate. What also helps, though, each year we move away from self-insurance is that vendors who are looking to quote us will have less reliability on our claims data. And what I mean by that is when we go out to market, CalPERS will not share our claims data or any claims data with whoever is looking. So they would have to basically do their own internal analysis on our demographics, on our county, and come up with what they think what we will cost. What they were using in the last couple of years as we went out to market is our active claims data. And so the further and further we go away from this claims data, the less reliable it becomes for their basically analysis and how they determine things, which in a lot of respects, considering how poor and how high our claims were during that time, will be a benefit for us and might encourage more folks to quote us. So what does that timeline look like? We had our first healthcare advisory committee back on August 19th. We're presenting here to the board tonight to alert you to what things that are going on within our healthcare program. We have open enrollment just around the corner from the 14th to the 8th. CalPERS is going to have those meetings on the 17th to discuss, September 15th and November 17th to discuss those regional realignment as well as any plan design structure changes. And then in December, what we really want to do is sit down and really look at those enrollment figures with our health advisory committee and start to see what that shapes out and looks like, what's working, what's not. Review plan designs for mainly dental and vision at this point because we really can't do much about CalPERS specifically. January 1 then is when the new open enrollment plans take effect. So all those plans that folks are enrolling for don't really take effect until January 1. In the springtime, there will be multiple meetings with the Healthcare Advisory Committee as well as CalPERS will have their own meetings. So we'll look to get updates throughout that time. But realistically, I wouldn't expect the first quotes to come back, if any, until late April or May for the new year. Basically, it's going to take them that long to kind of sit down, evaluate, and forecast what they think healthcare costs are going to be in 2028, not until April or May. And so we could even see some come back in early June. But the plan is to then in early June, take whatever quotes we get, bring it to a advisory committee, kind of work through those. And if there's any potential viable candidates, also look to bring that to discussion with the board. And then in mid-June, we'll see what CalPERS has for the new rates for 2028 for the preliminary release. And there isn't much movement generally between the June rate release and then the official adoption in July. But those two dates are noted there because they don't become official. The reason why the July date is also important is that starts the 60-day window that we have to leave CalPERS if we so choose. So whereas I just want to note, I'm not necessarily advocating that we are or looking to leave, but we definitely have to consider all options that are out there. As we would, if anything action that we would take to leave CalPERS would require some kind of board action to do so. And then any transition would also incur a 5-year lockout period. So the plan would be basically meet with union leaders and review the rates over that time period. And as a district and management also decide, does this make sense? And then present that decision to the board if a transition is desired with outlining why it makes sense, if it makes sense. And so for next steps, we'll be looking at open enrollment data, which is just going to be around the corner. Evaluate our enrollment process, see how it went, what we can do to improve, and then continue to evaluate all our CalPERS updates that become available. So at this time, I'm available for any questions you have, and that is our health and welfare program at this point. Nothing going on.
Okay. Our student board members, any questions or comments? I know this is probably riveting for you.
In terms of like the vesting period, do you guys are you able to share kind of what the age range of how long employees have to work before they can get that lifetime benefit?
Sure. As of this moment, with the resolution that was passed, they just have to work a day.
Okay.
Yeah, so that is why we're looking to have something in place, because that's not necessarily the intent. We were looking to get into CalPERS, and that was going to be a discussion that was going to take some time to really evaluate. And all of our former employees would have been available for it anyway, so it didn't make sense to necessarily make that decision out the gate, but to take some time and really seriously consider it. Good question.
Claire, any questions?
Yes, sorry, please. Anything you wanted to say, Claire?
No questions. I'm just glad that you guys understand this more than I do.
Okay, Peter.
Aren't you excited to adult someday soon? Yes, so exciting stuff. Mr. Norton, that is quite the presentation, and certainly, even if you don't have necessarily a teaching credential, I can declare with confidence that you could probably easily handle, I don't know, classes on econ or whatever have to go that way. Truly outstanding. My only question, and I'm hoping I can phrase this clearly. To the best of my understanding, you said that we are using, and this is back on slide 22 for our roadmap to 2028, that we are using Alliant as our partner to help figure this stuff out, to talk to these people, whatever. And, okay. Is it costing us more to have them do this research, this homework, this negotiating, all that kind of stuff? Or no, the fee is the fee and we're paying them regardless and whatnot? Because to me, some of this seems a little bit premature, that we haven't even caught our breath yet with our existing plan, let alone to go back to CVT and say, pretty please, aren't we good enough for you again?
At this point in time, it doesn't cost us any more.
Okay.
And so we are paying for Alliant actually through our dental and vision, which is ironic because they're going to help us looking at medical. But it is set up in a way to where they help advise us basically because of that arrangement that we have. They basically took over for what we had with Newfront when it comes to dental and vision. And they actually lowered the cost of what it costs for them for dental and vision, and then took on helping us with medical at the same time. So it is quite the relationship to have with them, and it's nice to have them go out there. I think it's definitely worthwhile to pursue these avenues to see what else is out there, especially with Sutter Health moving out there, just to see what it looks like. Even if we don't jump, it's good to have the information, so that way in the long run, if we do decide that in a couple of years that CalPERS isn't making enough moves, we need to really decide. And now we know what's out there and what we're looking at in terms of costs.
Okay, and certainly I think it does communicate, aside from all of your efforts, your email campaigns, your website, your amazing number of hours spending time with employees to help hold their hand through this. And I do admire the fact that you want your team to be on site to meet with Alliant people and help people make the right choice for them. That's all priceless. I think it also communicates that your department has real effort in trying to do what's best for our employees. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and I want to give a shout out to particularly our payroll folks, whereas I'm not discounting anybody else with my business office. They'll do an amazing job and work very hard. But our payroll folks have to know this in and out. And as you guys all know from being up here, it's not the easiest to know. And they're looked at as the experts. And so they're the ones who have now I'd say have a degree more so in health insurance than I ever thought. And so for Daisy Soto and Jennifer Rubalcava, who's now taken over our payroll department, and I'm still going to throw out a shout out to Rachel Miller, who really helped us get through a lot of this transition. They've done a heck of a job in helping support this cause.
Okay.
So an amazing amount of information right there. Appreciate all the work. I will be reviewing that again. I just want to make sure that we aren't always chasing the greener pasture in terms of rates. Because if we do have a 5-year lockout period from CalPERS and we jump in because we get the first year rates that seem like they're great, and we don't have a fallback to CalPERS and they decide to raise the rates 50%. So I know I'll be still sitting on the board. I want to make sure that we long-term look at it, not just as the first year it might be great. We really have to be concerned about the same thing happening again. And then what happens if we can't fall back on CalPERS? We're stuck paying whatever, we're at their mercy. And one thing that I found really kind of disturbing about the presentation was when Newfront said, your rates are going to increase by 40%. We pushed back, and apparently they said, well, what about 15? What's that all about? Did we give concessions to go from 40 to 15, or did they just decide, okay, 15's enough?
Yeah, so they adjusted their rate model and how they priced it out. So as a part of their rate model, were also retirees included in that. And so what happened was to have active employees get to 15%, they increased the rates to retirees by 300%. And so when that took place, as you could imagine, the retirees did no longer take our insurance. And so that greatly impacted their model to be as effective as it needed to be. Realistically, the 40% probably would have made more sense, but our advisors at the time thought that this made sense.
Yeah, that makes no sense. All right, let's just be careful moving forward, and I know we will be.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all.
Who was our advisors at the time?
That was Newfront.
Newfront told us to jack up the retirees to make up that difference from 40 to 15?
That was how they got there, yes.
So, and I apologize for keep asking this. I'm trying to get my brain around the captive. You mentioned we were presented as a captive, but it was also self-insured.
So you are self-insured through a captive, even though you're a part of a group. It's a group who gets plans, but you are still self-insured for your claims and things like that.
So what would be the benefit of that?
To be able to have access to these plans. In a lot of cases, you would not unless you were part of this captive.
Okay. Now, I know that having a broker as an advisor, I mean, in my mind, brokers are selling you leprechauns and unicorns half the time. So is there anyone else that we might have as an advisor, some type of expert? Is there a clearinghouse that can provide some guidance to us when we have our insurance questions come up?
Sure. They have been a great resource for a lot of things, a lot of compliance things specifically. So it's been a real big benefit. We have spoken with other brokers at the time, other consultants, and I've even heard from other groups. The county here actually uses Alliant as well, and they came actually as a very strong recommendation to work with them to help us in our insurance situation. And so that was part of the reason. And what I also appreciate about them is the fact that when we look at CalPERS, it is not a benefit for them for us to go to CalPERS. As a broker, they get 0 commissions from us going to CalPERS. Yet the first thing they told me on day one, you guys need to go to CalPERS. Like they were willing to not take any commission whatsoever or anything, and just said looking at our situation. So that earned a lot of trust from day one. Can we check with somebody else? Absolutely. We probably have to ask around. I have not checked any clearinghouses or things like that. Could we always explore more options? Absolutely. And so we can definitely evaluate what they come back with.
Prior to the advisory committee, I guess, is that what you call it, Health Insurance Advisory Committee? The decisions, they were made, I guess, who made the call to, hey, let's look at changing the insurance?
So in a lot of respects, those conversations I would imagine would happen. I wasn't really involved during that time, but the most logical would be between the management as well as within the units through negotiations or things like that. But I can guess Jared.
A lot of the strain came about with the opt-outs because as the CVT rates climbed, the employees opting out, there were 2 main stressors on that. One being they capped the total number of opt-outs to, I believe, 20% within each group. And we had, I believe, 2 different employee groups that hit their 20%, and more employees wanted to opt out but were not allowed to. And then the other stressor on that was with the rates going up, the 20% who were opting out got to a point where the opt-out cost exceeded the district cap. So they were actually having to pay to opt out of health insurance. We put our cap towards it and it didn't cover it. And that's really what initiated all of these conversations, because we just had this pressure and more building on opt-outs were not happy about the situation, and CVT rates continued to climb on top of it. So it was all of that. And then every union voted on moving out. I'm not saying that to slight any of the unions. We know that, we were sold a bad bag of goods, but they were involved in the process of leaving.
And I guess what triggered my question was, now we have this advisory committee. I'm hoping that that's going to provide more guardrails as far as taking a path, a less risky path versus something that could really impact it.
Yes, it will.
I know this insurance has been a huge issue, and we, us as a board, we lost quite a few tail feathers about 2 or 3 meetings in a row there. So that's another thing that triggered me to try to find answers. On these meetings with the advisory committee, are there going to be notes or a report or anything that's going to be available to our staff and teachers so they can see what was discussed and what's considered?
Yeah, so as a part of the agreement, we are working on a semi-annual report so that they are going to get notes on exactly what took place. We had a draft at the June meeting, and my hope was to have it done prior to our last meeting here in August, but we're still working on it. But it is getting rather lengthy, and but we are planning to have semi-annual reports.
And I just want to commend you and Jared at that CalPERS meeting. Your comments to the board, I think, were very useful and I think very helpful. And I wish there was a way that could have been presented to the public here in Amador County, because it really showed that you and Jared are trying to right this ship, and I welcome any other opportunity to attend this as an advocacy, and I think it really shows the importance of advocacy in the region. And I know in the past I talked about, I wasn't sure about going to the federal, and I think this is an example when you are dealing with the state and regional. I think it sure has, to me, it seems like it has a bigger bang for the buck. So again, thank you. I think you did great, and I will join you in any other future trips.
Thank you, Shane. Thanks.
James, can I ask a quick question?
No.
Okay.
Just kidding.
Can I make a request? Because it looks like everything in this presentation, and I know there's some confusion. It looks like just the bargaining units and the management team signed off on our move from CVT to Newfront, and that the board was not involved in that decision initially. Is that correct?
That is correct. It was not board approved.
So I would like to, I don't know how we can do this, but I would just like for the board to be able to put their eyes on any plan to move from CalPERS to somewhere else, just so it's just another set of eyes looking at it, so we can evaluate it.
What?
So I think something like that should always come to the board, so.
We could not agree more. That should always come to the board.
And at least just to give you some solace too, we officially can't move away from CalPERS unless we have board action. It requires a resolution.
Talking long term.
I know you are. I'm just
So-
pointing it out. There's some solace there.
Okay, so I think that would just be a great thing for the school board to be able to approve any move and benefit plans, so thank you.
I agree with Ken. I like the thought of the board knowing what's going on before we have to take the shots. I'm down to take the shots, but if I don't know what they're for, it's a hard shot to take. I like the notes from what Shane was talking about, and those, you said semi-annual notes. Will the board also have access to those notes as well?
Yeah, we were going to post them online, but we can make sure they're shared with the board.
Okay, that would be great. I definitely would like to see those too. I appreciate your hard work. I feel that with your hard work and commitment to this, from where we were to where we are now, you're doing a great job. And like everybody else, I feels, you're fighting the right fight for all the right reasons. And I thank you guys for that. So thanks.
Yeah, I'll just echo what pretty much everybody else said. I think that definitely huge changes like this should come to the board. It is difficult to take a lot of heat when that was never something that was ever actually presented to us. But here we are, and I think that we have come a long, long way, and I think our health insurance situation is far from perfect, but I do also want to kind of point out that I think the health insurance situation landscape in general is not great. So while, again, it's not perfect, I don't think that we're in the worst place that we could ever be. I think as a district, we are in such a better spot with our health insurance as far as risk and money just hemorrhaging from us right now, which that was happening. It was a dire situation. I'll go that far to say that. So, and also the fact that I don't even want to say we, think that this team over here has put in an incredible amount of work and advocacy going through. I think that's part of the reason we have an EPO plan available to our employees now, is because of that work. We can't say for sure that it is, but it certainly didn't hurt. And I think that's a really big benefit to some of our employees. I think that some people may be able to save a little bit of money, maybe not. I'm hoping moving forward, coming up in partnering with the labor unions, that we can come up with some better, some more funds towards our insurance for them, for our employees, doing those things. So anyways, long story short, I'm glad to see where we are. I think that we have good momentum moving this way, and so I hope that we can continue to move in the right direction for our employees. Okay. That's just a discussion item, so we don't need to vote on it. We're gonna go ahead and move on to our board policy updates. We have 16.1. Jared?
Yeah, just one board policy to adopt. Robert has a presentation equal in length to what he just gave on travel expenses. So this is Mr. Norton's. He's busy tonight. And this is for adoption.
Oh, we do have a presentation. Yes, that's right. Okay, I was like, what, did I miss this on the packet?
I was joking about the presentation.
Yes, that was standard deadpan snark.
Yeah, I
Can't
was
really
like,
tell whether he's being
Sorry,
sarcastic
I'm sorry.
or not.
It's late, I'm sorry.
I was like, I think I missed that when I read the packet. Okay, any questions or comments for Mr. Norton?
As stated before, I'm glad we have the flexibility.
Okay.
I think this is the wise way to go.
Okay, with that, we would just need a motion.
I move to approve board policy updates, item 16.1A.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Claire?
Yes.
Lauren?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on to our board reports. Mr. Critchfield?
Yeah, I kind of gave a little bit of a report as part of the presentation that Sadie and Patty led, but just, you'll notice in Robert's presentation, he gave a lot of credit to his payroll staff. I want to give an equal amount, if not more, credit to Robert. He has become a health insurance expert. If you go to our website, the level of communication, for better or worse, on our healthcare situation, down to interactive spreadsheets that an employee can drill down and see how exactly it will impact them, paycheck by paycheck, is masterful work he's done, and I want to commend him for his work on that, and he stays very humble about it. But it's been a huge lift, and as you can see just with that presentation, he could have presented, I think, probably 10 times the information, trying to whittle it down to what's most important, and you can see the amount of work. And that's just one aspect of running the business office. So I just want to commend him for that.
Claire?
Okay, I'm gonna start off with our sports. Football had a scrimmage at Dixon last Friday, and both JV and varsity won the scrimmage if you were counting points. So they did really good, and they have an upcoming game this Friday against Hillmar, and the theme is Hawaiian, so aloha football. So be there in your Hawaiian shirts. And then volleyball had their first game against Somerville yesterday, and both JV and varsity won. And varsity won after 5 sets against them. And tonight they played Rio Vista, and JV won, and varsity won 3-0 in their sets. And then tomorrow they play Edison. And then tomorrow girls flag football plays Leroy Green Academy. And then just touching back a little bit on the farm work experience, it's great. I unfortunately didn't take the class, but I've heard really good things about it. And I just know it's doing great because I love working on that farm too. And then for ASB, we're back to school night is tomorrow from 6 to 8, and the firefighters will be barbecuing. So we've been kind of setting that up with FFA. Lots of fun games that they're doing. And then this is just kind of random, but in ASB, we're doing a new, so each kid or group of people do a service project in ASB, just something to make the campus better. And a group of girls is doing the Clash of Classes. It's like Clash of Clans, but Clash of Classes. So we have a different point system to award to the classes who dress up the most in rallies or participate in this to kind of get more participation within all of our classes, and we'll have a fun reward at the end of the quarter and semester for them. And then on Friday, we're gonna have a Shirley Temple Sally during lunch. So we're gonna be giving out free Shirley Temples to celebrate our first football game. And then this is also random, but I just wanna shout out the fire science class. I'm in it this year, and we get the fire chief to come and give a lecture for an hour and a half, which I think is super amazing. And tomorrow, I think we're doing some fun stuff, so we won't have to take notes this class. So I'm super excited about that. And I just really want to commend Mr. Goff. He's taken on our ASB advisor position this year, which is definitely not easy for someone who I don't think he's ever advised an ASB class. And he's really taken it on and is constantly asking for our feedback. And he's like, what am I doing wrong? What can I do better? Really being such a positive influence that we need and letting us kind of facilitate things and give our honest feedback. And I think he's doing a great job. So it's been really nice having him here to support us and taking on this new position really in a positive way. But that's all.
Lauren?
All right, yeah. So for our ASB, we've just been busy planning our homecoming, big game, and then been trying to implement those fun Fridays for attendance. And as far as sports go, the first football game is Friday against Wheatland, so that's exciting. And then tomorrow we have a doubleheader for both flag football and girls volleyball. So the theme is Pink Out. It's gonna be fun. And then volleyball, they're gonna play Bret Hart tomorrow at home. And then for water polo, they're a team of mostly new players this year, but for all being new players, they're doing pretty good. We had FFA had the ice cream social yesterday, and so they got to hand out ice cream, and the new and existing FFA members got to meet with the new chapter officers and plan upcoming events such as the FFA Welcome Back Barbecue on September 2nd. And then I'm sure the board is kind of well aware of this, but because it's been an ongoing problem for several years, but throughout the summer and the beginning months of school, there have been consistent issues with the AC in the gym. So the girls volleyball, it's super hot during practice and games for them. And I think as a proposed location for the consolidated high school, we could definitely benefit as a community from updating that HVAC or getting a system that would accommodate kind of a space of that size.
Okay, thank you. Peter?
I am really impressed at the depth and detail that you provide. Thank you, both of you, for being here and sharing what you do. It is very helpful as we are not at the school side. And deeply grateful that we're back at it. I hope that the people who are back in the classroom, the teachers, the aides, everybody are having as a phenomenally successful year as I am so far. It's been a little bit weirdly successful. And so far we've just had praise from the public too. Thank you. That's always nice to hear positive feedback. I was inspired by this presentation we had tonight from our leaders. That's awesome. It seems like they are feeling supported by cabinet, given good direction and chance to, as Mr. Critchfield has said, to figure things out and find solutions and make it work and collaborate together, and all of that's super healthy. I am loving that, as has been commented in the past, that we're seeing the same cabinet members here. And I'm hoping that continues with our site principals as well, that we're finding stability and that they're finding that they feel supported and that empowered to make positive change and collaborate as needed and all the things. So I don't know, I'm often a little guilty of perhaps too much optimism, but it feels like things are going pretty well in Amador County right now, and deeply grateful to see all of that and play a small role in it. Thank you.
as Peter mentioned, very impressive from our student board members, and thank you for your input. Yeah, it feels like there's a renewed energy this year versus last year in the district. And not to sing its praises too much, but I think that comes from having a superintendent that has a vested interest in the school district being successful and not just looking to climb up the next rung of the quote-unquote corporate ladder to see where else they can go. So I appreciate that. I also want to say that, yeah, the presentations tonight were great. My wife's also a member of the MTSS team. And when they did the presentation with a touch of understanding, she came home and she could not have been more impressed with that. And with really a new understanding of what it takes to be in a wheelchair or walk with a cane. So I would just like to make the request that when we do those assemblies, that each of the board members can be invited to those, get a list of those so we can attend those. And also, Mr. Pingree, when he was mentioning that there's a nutrition newsletter that goes out, I'd also like for us to be able to receive a copy of that newsletter also. Just so, I'd like to hear some good things that are going on in this district versus, some of the input we get regularly about, hey, what are you doing? So just very excited about the direction we're headed and looking forward to the year. So thank you.
Yes, just to echo again, Peter and Ken, a lot of positivity tonight. Mr. Pengree's development of this program is, I've used this word, amazing in this short amount of time. And I think it shows when you put together a good team, you have success like this. And I think it's a good example of not only his own department, but in the entire district of ways to set goals. And I happen to know one of the presenters tonight, but I was told I couldn't say anything, so I'm just letting you know I knew one of them. And again, thank you for that presentation on the insurance. It was a lot of information, and we might have lost a few folks at home from dozing off, but I think it's good to be transparent and try to give as much information as we can to the public. And as I said, we got beat up pretty good for a while there, and I think it's important that it's fine to be up here. I mean, we didn't run for these positions to be popular, that's for sure. But that's what we're here for. We're here to, if they have questions or concerns or complaints, that's what we're here for. And with that, I've been continuing to post what's been shared at our board meetings, and I will continue to do so. So again, if there's anyone out in the public that has questions or concerns or whatever, they can reach me through my where I post, or through my email or my cell phone. And just like Ken said, there's a lot of good energy, and I think let's keep it going for this year.
I touch on what the other board members discussed. The leadership group that did the presentation, I agree with, I think it was Peter that said something about supported leaders. And in the military, there's a saying that supported leaders have the courage to lead. Because when they're not, they're just kind of filling up space. They're just in the ranks. And I like to see that. I think it was great. Gosh, I already forgot what it was, but I liked the fact that everybody had to kind of walk in my shoes, if you will, not mine, other students, or what was it called? Touch of understanding. I already forgot. It's late. I think that I can't stop thinking about that. I really like that very much. And it shows that the district is touching on things that leaders need to leaders need these tools to lead effectively. So I like to see that within the district.
Yeah, I mean, I'll echo what they all said. I think that we're off to, with, you know, there's no exception. There's always some minor hiccups or something. But overall, I think that our year is off to a positive start, the school year. Being on campuses, the staff is working really hard to make the schools a good place for our students to go, and that goes such a long way. It can be challenging at times, but I think that they all come ready to do a good job, and that's not unnoticed. I just appreciate, again, I think the transparency has been great with our health insurance situation. I think it's just, yes, it might seem like an overwhelming bit of information, but at this point, I think people prefer more information to not enough, and so I'll take it. As far as our leadership goes, I'll just kind of reiterate what I said earlier. I think that we all know what happens when we don't have effective leadership. And I'm very happy to see, A, some changes in leadership, but B, also the development of leaders that we have. I think that's also really important. If you noticed out in the crowd, there was quite a few people standing here tonight from the MTSS team that have been with our district for a long time, have been given the opportunity to become leaders. And so I'm really grateful that we are taking this opportunity to develop them as leaders, and I think that that's sometimes more valuable than trying to pull someone from the outside. I said that before, and I still think that. So that is it. With that, our next meeting is going to be here on September 16th, and open session will start at 7. And with that, we are adjourned.